Hello and welcome into the first official speedrun of Bionic Bay. Thank you to Guillotine for providing me with a key to be able to check this out, to craft the speedrun, to make the auto splitter, and to not only do this now, but also for a case of the preview build. I got to check this out a while before release for like a little bit extra from the demo, up to now the full play of the game. It is genuinely a gorgeous game. It's an amazing platformer. There's just so many cool mechanics, such a great artistic style to it, and a kind of like a very hidden story that you don't really get to know, but it's very sort of like, it gives you a lot of that insight as it goes through as well, about like through the logs of the people, and kind of what happened and what transpired. So I'll give you a little bit of a synopsis just before we start from Games Radar, which says, after an explosion at a testing facility, a surviving scientist must make his way through a dilapidated remains of what is left. What he finds is a series of strange biomes of mysterious technology. Playing as a scientist, the crux of the gameplay involves you using different abilities available to you with the tech that you find. You need to use these different powers to navigate the world's dangerous machinery and avoid getting violently killed, which I might get killed a few times during this run because it's tough. It's tough. Dissected, crushed, vaporized, obliterated, the works. Trust me when I say this. This is a challenging platformer, hard to learn but easy to master, and it's genuinely gorgeous. So let's start off the run. So the time will start automatically after the first like intro cutscene, and then we start to get our first abilities to be able to navigate. Now all you need is a keyboard. You can use control if you want to. I prefer keyboards. My inputs are WASD, then you got J, K, L, and then instead of H, which it does try to use within the game, I use Shift. There are some other buttons, but I won't spoil it for you right now. So let's get the run crack-a-lackin', shall we? So here's the intro cutscene, and you can see there's a whole team of scientists trying to kind of uncover and discover what's maybe inside this rock or egg or something of that nature. But as they're going through it, it sends out so many different electrical beams, and then somehow we manage to survive, but we get teleported into, I guess, the world of the egg maybe, or something of that nature. Title drop. It's very atmospheric to start, which is what we love, isn't it? So time should start roughly now. There we go. So thankfully the devs have given us a very nice class in the game that allows us to calculate the in-game time very, very perfectly. So if you are running this, make sure you are using the auto splitter. I will be making this available very, very soon, probably from the 16th onwards. For the meantime, let's get this going. So we managed to spawn outside of the egg, so we got transported inside of the egg into this world. Now obviously we don't know what's going on, but we just get sent launching through all the different aspects of this world. So it's kind of like little black sludge that we were able to use as a transportation method, partially. Now, whilst we're in this area here, we still don't have like all the major capabilities with us, and you can tell that our body is very sort of like just exhausted and tired, and we're falling everywhere. So the first insight is that it gives us a little switch in which we can see that there's this like organic matter that's all been kind of like merged together to create a huge light beam. Now this light beam can actually affect us as a human, and it gives us extra powers, like kind of like extraterrestrial powers per se. So when we get it, we get launched into this kind of like into this little wibbly wobbly just wave of light beam, and we get the ability to do some like extra dashes and like, you know, very like powerful jumps, and we can just start making our way. So it gives us, the game's very nice where it gives us loads of tutorials for like how we get to platform in the game. So it is very handy that it's not just something that we have to like, you know, have to figure out by ourselves. There are some bits that we do need to figure out, but for the most part it is very easy to understand what you need to do. So here's the first kind of like strategy that we get to learn throughout the game, which is kind of like roll jumping. It gives us an extra like distance to our jump, And this is very, very important for some of the later stages where we need to kind of like set up the perfect jump to be able to cover the biggest distance. And to do that, there's two ways of doing it, which is just a jump roll, or you gotta, well, like first you jump, yeah, then you roll, or you roll, jump, then roll. Then you can cover like a very big, like area basically. So this is a good example. So you got a space and then jump, press the J button to do the big dash, and that covers that big distance as you saw. Now, I think a little bit later in the stage, you will see that same bit I mentioned, which is the roll, jump, roll. You do need to be careful with these little barrels here because not only do they look hazardous, they are hazardous. They can crush you very, very, very easily, so you need to be careful where you are positioning for some little bits later on. Okay, so here's another fit. This is an example. There are explosives in the game, so you need to make sure that you accurately jump over at the very specific points so that you can avoid the obstacles and avoid the explosions as well at the same time. Now, this is an interesting part here. You can see that the velocity of these substances are actually pushing us down as well. So not only do you have to be wary about your platforming, but you also have to be wary about making sure that you don't get hurt in the game, or that you just don't have enough what's the best way I can say it? That you don't get forced down in any kind of measure. Now, these light beams are dangerous, so you do need to time it very, very well and make sure that you don't hit them at any velocity. Well, not velocity, but any position. And I'm kind of showing you, not purposefully, the ill effects of the game, but again, it does happen. Now, what I'm going to try to do here is I'm going to try to dash jump in towards, well, maybe not in towards the actual beam of air. I want to try to do it just at this point when the air is not being sucked in. There we go. So, now we've done that, we can make our way forwards and keep on exploring this again, this completely new area. Now, this is another area you do need to be careful for. You can get crushed in between these cogs, so what I like to do is I like to just jump on the top of the area, on the top of the areas to avoid getting crushed like that. It's nice to get to show you just how complex this game can get. So either you do that or you just avoid it like I just did there. So it's kind of like you can do either or, but I have been able to do it without getting crushed. So it is what it is. Now, I believe those little green goops are poisonous, so don't touch them. Acidic, maybe? Probably. And now we just got to try to do the effervescent platforming that this game provides. So these ones here you can land on. Now, it is kind of hard to know exactly which, say, barrels or objects are going to be explosive. So you have to kind of when you are going to be future speedrunning, you do have to kind of know exactly which ones are which. Some of them are very clear. Some of them will have a little red dots, pulsing dots on them, or they'll just be a static red. But for the most part, okay, so here we go. So this is what I mentioned earlier on about the roll, jump, roll. So as you can tell by the tutorial there, it was jumping just at the last second, because you need to have the perfect amount of you need to get the perfect clearance for it basically. Now, this is where puzzles start to really line in. So these bits here are, you can kind of change its position before you start making your way forward. So I'm going to try to give us enough upwards momentum to be able to jump over it. From here, I'm going to turn off the laser beam and just survive. Now, you can take the force of, okay, there we go, down, 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 and down. You can take the force of some explosions if you are a good distance away, but for the most part, you want to completely avoid the explosions. Now, something I will mention as well, be very careful about how far you are falling, because you can hit a certain speed of falling for it to cause fall damage or instantaneous death. So again, do be careful. Now, this bit you also need to be very mindful for. There we go. Good. I have died quite a few times there, so it's nice to actually get that first try, actually. Again, there's a load and load of obstacles. There's a load of easy ways to die, so you do need to be careful. Now, this bit's really pretty here because it's kind of like little stars that you can grab onto, but they're not even stars. They're kind of like little fragments of kind of like maybe a fiery sort of like element. But again, you need to be quick to get through. Make sure that you don't hold into it too long, otherwise you will just fall. And that is coming up towards the first stage-ish, which is called Inception. Obviously, with this case, you know, being the first stage and we have no idea where we are, Inception feels like a very sort of like, you know, powerful name towards this as well. Now, that was close. Woof. But that's fine. That's fine. Now, this kind of shows us, like, you know, the outside terrain of this new world that we're in. And from the actual game files, this is called the Old Tree. So I don't entirely know what the Old Tree might be about, but again, that's at least what I can discern from the game files. So we use this bit here. So after we clear this will be the end of the level. So inside we go back in towards the internals of this new biome, and that is Inception. Now, within this next level swap, we get introduced to a brand new mechanic, which is the ability to kind of like change position of a object that you have assigned, essentially. So alongside doing that as well, this is where we start to get like different logs. So, well, I don't think it's this point here, but sometimes we get to see different humans who have also entered this terrain, like, you know, this biome, this new world, and they kind of like leave a final message to us, or like about the project that we've been working on. So what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to move this block over towards the right so that we can get the perfect jump up. And then this is what we'll be doing a lot, is just very quick swaps to be able to get past different obstacles that may be on our way. So as I was saying earlier, you do need to be careful because you could swap it. And kind of an example there, if you do the swap at the wrong point and, you know, you don't have enough time to get out, you can just get crushed. You do not want to get crushed because it could ruin your momentum. It could ruin your run massively. So here comes our first like puzzle with the new swap mechanic, which is going to be that you need to put the blocks onto like pressure plates, and these pressure plates would then activate levers or you know, platforms for us so that we can get to the next destination. Now, this is kind of like where it teaches us you have to be very, very careful, and there are timed puzzles per se. So as you saw there, managed to get through that pretty easily. Again, I know the relative time for that, so that is honestly no problem. Okay, more swaps. Here we go. And good. And that's what I mean there. That big metal cylinder looking thing, that you need to be careful. Now, here's a new mechanic, is that you want to try to swap an object to obscure the laser so that you can make your way through. This, on the other half, is a very sort of similar one where you want to swap when you're on the other side of the laser so that you can avoid the laser completely. You know, very good, like, you know, game mechanics that we've all seen and we all know and love. So it's all very well executed in this case as well. And when it comes to the later stages, some of the mechanics for having to obscure the lasers get very, very, very complex. Okay, so here we go. We want to wait for the laser before we do anything. Swap this big old boulder here. Same again. Down we go. Carefully does it, because I believe those things on the left are explosive. So you don't want to do that. Okay, so let's try to do this. Okay, so try to swap it again. Oh, this one's a little bit tricky. What I can do is I can just put this over here, actually. I have been able to just swap it, like, you know, vertically very, very easily. But in that situation, I need to be careful. Now, here's what I'm going to do. What I did there was I allowed for a good amount of extra, like, height before I swapped, so that I could then use the downwards momentum to be able to get rid of those explosions, so that if we were to fall down, we wouldn't explode. So again, we are using the objects to our advantage. So again, you do need to kind of, like, you know, observe where you're going to be going to before you start making your actions. And obviously, because I've played the game for a little bit, I do... Ow. That hurt. I do know kind of like what we roughly need to do in different areas. I mean, for the most part, I've been able to complete the game, so I understand what we're doing. But even still, this game, even if you know what you're doing, can still be inevitably challenging. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some more height here. That should be enough, and then we can just jump up, and up we get. Easy peasy. Once again, we're going to be using an object to try to explode the stuff, so we're going to swap there, come back a little bit, just so that we don't, you know, fare the explosions. Roll, jump, roll, and we've made our way forwards. Easy peasy. Right, what... Oh, yeah, so this is a new one. So what we're going to do is we're going to kick it, and then at the major apex of the kick, then we swap. We did it first initially so that we could actually get rid of the explosions on the other side, but then we just do that. So kicking isn't a major component. It is used quite a bit in, like, you know, the earlier stages, but when it gives it to you, it gives it to you essentially. So you do need to kind of know whenabouts you're roughly using it. Okay, so here we go. We're blocking the fire, and then we're going to do roll, jump, roll to bring this down. It's going to turn off the okay, sorry, I had to focus there. We had to turn off the jet of it so that we can make our way through. Ow. Ow. This one here, we're going to be using an explosion to be able to disable this completely. There we go. So that we can make our way through. Nicely done. And where are we from here? So it's been a while since I've done the early levels because I've been focusing on trying to perfect the later levels. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Roll, jump, roll. And then I'm going to drop it down so they can explode it all completely. But that is a prime situation of what I mentioned, is that you can get crushed depending when you get respawned. So you need to make sure that if you're going to be trying to grab one of the items and try to swap, that you do it at a point where you don't get crushed. So there we go. Little bit away from it, so that is fine, and down we go. I could end up using the other explosive barrels up there, but I'm not going to do it this time. Just going to use the other kind of like big object that was in the way. So there we go. Now here's what I'm going to do. Now this is where this gets fun. Roll, jump, roll, and then swap at this point so that we can get the middle platform for us to be able to jump onto to then be able to platform our way through. Mechanics like that are going to be very important for the later, so remember that if you're watching this run, okay? Remember it. This bit here kind of says, like, you know, even though you may have an object, there's still sort of like, you know, danger afoot. So you want to swap at this point so that, just like you saw a moment ago, that that block was able to stop it all from, you know, coming down and crushing us. Swap it into it at that point so that you can remain clear and you can just swap again and leave. So that is swap. We're now going to the level beam. Trying to remember exactly what this level is, but you know, we'll figure it out together when we're doing this run. Once again, platforming super easy, so you're just constantly making your way through. Now this is something fun that I like to do. I don't know if this is the intended strat, but I'm just going to do it. I'm going to swap around. Then I'm going to get it ready to swap. Put it on the ledge here. Let it fall down. Then I'm going to swap it again. Throw it outside of the way so it's not going to be in our way at all. Then we just make our way through. Again, I don't know if that is the intended strats. But, you know, if it's speedrunnable and it makes it easy, then why not really? So I'm now going to swap because the actual laser is coming from the right-hand side. You always want to make sure you know where the laser is coming from, because if you're trying to swap to prevent yourself from getting hurt from... Seriously, ow. Ow. Okay, that was my fault. Okay, here we go. Careful. Timing. Jump. Good, okay. There's a little explosive just over here, so I'm just going to grab it up. Time it. Swap now. There we go. So, once again, the timing can be super important because the lasers are on like a cycle, and you want to make sure that you are swapping at the point that the cycle would return for the laser to start transmitting, and then you can use that laser to then explode the bomb to be able to get rid of the lasers that are just over to your right hand side. This one here, you're going to be using this little like bridge here, or little platform, just to be able to block the lasers. Here, we're going to be using one of the... oh, good. Okay, that was close. Okay. One of these to be able to explode all of them to the right. Jump to the right a little bit so that you don't get crushed. Oh, I almost did get crushed. Okay, that's fine. And just get rid of them, and then you can make your way upwards. Easy peasy. That was risky. That was really risky. Now, this one, when I started playing it, like, for the very first time, I had a lot of issues with. This is, again, cycle-based, so you need to try to get up very quickly before that, like, the radial laser gets, can, you know, attack you. So, I knew the timing for it, so that's good. Now, here's another kick one, but not even a kick. If you activate some of the, you know, some of the objects, they can, like, you know, be kind of, like, pushed a very, very tiny bit each time. Now, I remember when I was, like, kind of testing the speedrun a while ago, I actually just, like, kept on nudging it enough that, I didn't have to do, like, what was the intended form of what you had to do, and I just kind of, like, just nudged it perfectly to be able to constantly just, you know, kind of cheats, not cheatsy, but like kind of go faster than intended. So I have to try to remember exactly where I do that, but we'll see. This point here, we're going to be using the this object here to then like put it within the middle. Oh god, okay, that was bad. Like lodge it in the middle so that as it falls, it will get rid of all the explosive just to our right here. So here we go. Let's do that again. Be careful here. Then roll, jump, roll. And onwards we pop. Alright, so I'll be very intrigued to see what like the perfect run for this game will be. It'd be more incentive for me to try to do like a deathless run, but again, there is very many easy chances to be able to take accidental deaths, so don't feel bad if when you're starting to learn this run that you do take a lot of deaths. It's a very challenging game. Right, so this bit here is a slow down beam, so with this as well, you do need to be careful because the moment that you kind of like go into an area where it's not like, you know, it's one of those little beams are obscuring no, those objects are obscuring the beam, it can return normal time. So those little things there that you saw, they're deadly, so you do not want to get in the way of them. Moving this laser over here to try to get rid of this little block. Move the laser back out of the way so that we can make our way forwards. And then we're going down these little air chutes. So, still not out of the woodworks yet because that whole area there, these areas here are not obstructed. So you can get hit by the laser as you just saw. So you need to time it perfectly. So I'm going to wait and then go. Perfect. This is going to open up a little door for us. So we can just make our way forwards now and get sucked. I just died. One of the other lasers just like... just hit us out of nowhere. Wow, okay, cheers. That can happen. That can happen where, like, you know, lasers that are, like, off the screen can still be active and it kind of, like, has, like, a little bit of, like, it's moving around and, like, it still sends the laser across. So, again, you kind of just have to really observe everything that you're doing. Now, if I recall correctly, I can go... wee! There we go. Come on! Thankfully, the checkpoints are very sparing, so even if you do die, you can technically activate a checkpoint and just carry on. Like, you know, even if you died, some of the checkpoints, there's a lot. So I think one level itself actually has like nearly 40 plus checkpoints as well. So you are safe when it comes to this most parts. Okay, so can I make my way through? One other thing I should mention is that the objects make you they do basically make you what's the best way I can say it? Okay, like where, like, you know, you don't have control of your body, where, oh god, where it just kind of like you kind of get stunned for a second. That's the best way I can say it. So if you are going to be like surrounding a load of objects, make sure that if you are going to get stunned, that you kind of can land safely to be able to regain your control in the game. So there we go. The many times that I fell down to the left because I didn't realize that the passageway was here is a lot. So I managed to do that like first try there. Feels good. On to automate now. So a lot of people have played these beginning levels here. These few levels were part of the demo. I think the demo contained maybe 6 levels, whilst the press preview build, which I got thanks to the lovely folks at Guillotine, contained 10 levels. So I've had a bit more of an extra experience compared to the most, but for the most part, there is like, when I got to actually play this full game, this whole experience, even I was stunned of like how complex the rest of it got. So I believe we just make our way forwards, and then we just got to run away all the way through, avoiding the oncoming laser, getting our way up out of the danger, and then we're good to go. It is sometimes hard to know if a certain laser is deadly or if it's kind of like a trigger for a whole different system. So again, you do figure that over the course of your playthrough, and you'll be able to know, okay, I can just go through, but then I just got to be fast at that point, basically. So again, a lot to learn. And as I said earlier on, hard to learn, easy to master. Ow. So this is where we're going to start using the swaps here so that we can avoid that onslaught. So I'm going to swap this one here, then swap it again. Okay, so let's re-strategize. Let's re-strategize. So I'm going to get this one here. Nope. Okay. So close. Because I haven't done this stage in a while. Okay. That should be good now. Okay, good. There we go. So again, you want to be out of its range to understand like whereabouts you are. So as you saw there, it wasn't able to detect me. That was easy. So same again for one of our early stages. I'm going to let it pass. Then we're going to swap on the other side and then jump up. Nicely done. Laser timing, good. Ooh, very close. Very close. And we made it through. Nicely done. Alright, so where are we going from here? Because it has been a minute since I've done this stage. But as you can tell, even though I haven't done these stages in a while, I'm still able to, like, you know, be able to figure out the platforming very well. Because once you have a major concept, then you can basically figure out everything for yourself, even if you didn't know how to play this game. Alright, so this one, I believe you just got to be timed again. Jump up, get out of the way, and onwards we go. Okay, there's a few explosives here. You got to try to avoid the explosives by just jumping on the little ledge here. Jump down to this one here. Jump over it, and good to go. Oh, yeah, so what I need to do here is swap. Now, this bit here, my first playthrough, did actually take me a while to figure out. So, here's what you got to do. Get ready to swap. There's a laser above you. Well, not even a laser, but like a big explosive thing. You want to move that on top. You cannot move it just in that little interim bit there to explode it so you can make your way through, and then swap all the way back up to be able to carry on there without the risk of dying. So that's nicely done. From here, we're going to swap this. Now, when you put these things on top of it, it kind of like travels like in the power of like the laser. Okay, you got to time this well. Good. It's kind of like a little cruise, basically. It's really nice. Okay, good. And we made it through. Still got to be careful because those can harm you there and you can die immediately. All right. And we're good. So we need to land onto this little platform here. Without dying, of course. Of course. Time it so that you can still get through without hitting those fiery bullets, basically. Oop. Hold. Now, sometimes you have to use the full apex of your jump to be able to hit like certain ledges. So you don't want to be moving around sometimes when you are jumping, and just let the jump do its thing. Okay, swap here. Swap. Now you can tell that when we're getting over towards like the harder elements of the game, the music starts to really pick up, like, you know, that it wants you to be fast. It wants you to kind of like just start navigating quickly against the onslaught that it's going to do. Kind of like a, what's the best word I could say? Kind of like a horde battle, basically, where you have like a load of enemies at one time and then you got to try to beat all of them sequentially, basically. So Right, we got to go downwards. That's it. And I think there are some bits where you got to do it from upwards. Okay, down we go. Ooh, nice timing. Ah, I sensed that was going to happen. Okay. Sometimes some checkpoints can be a little bit ruthless, so you need to make sure you're playing as best as you can. Okay. Try it again. Good. Ooh. Managed to keep my roll momentum there. That was nice. Okay, so from here, just wait for the gravity of you on the object to kind of like come through a little bit so that it will then change the positioning of the laser. Then very minute platforming and good. Jump, roll, jump. Or jump, roll, jump, roll. That's the one. Either roll, really, but no, not really either roll. And then you're through. Easy, easy. So, again, a deathless run would be very cool to watch, but you are at the mercy of the stages, basically. You're at the mercy of how ruthless the game can be. That is Automate. Now we're into Incoherence. And I feel like, I believe this is the first one where we get to actually see a human and they kind of give us a log about what's going on and like their final message, basically. So I think this one is where it starts to kind of like really put more platforming into a sense. So this one here is quite challenging to line up. I think you just got to put it into the middle. Ow. Ow. You want to jump into the middle, dash a little bit to the left. Okay, you don't have to, but knowing where exactly to put that whole big sort of like flexible object can be kind of tough. It took me a while to decipher that when it was like when I got to the full game, but when I got to play the demo, so it took its time to say the least. So once again, we want to be able to get a middle platform so that we can cross over to the other edge. These ones here are going to start exploding whilst we're making our way over it. So again, be careful. Swap. Wait here for a second. Swap. And then just swap this one here. And then you can make your way through. Now, it took me a while to figure that one out as well. Jump over towards the left. Fall into the goop. The nice, like, soluble goop that retains our fall damage, and then we can make our way forwards. Okay, this one here is tough. So let me tell you what you have to do here. You want to jump just into this little bit here. Grab this. Wait a second. Jump up. Roll through. And then land it over here. Wait a second. Because as you saw there, you can take the laser damage. So you want to wait for the laser to be fully up before you swap it, and then swap back, roll over to safety, which is block the laser over to the right hand side, and then you can make your way forwards. That kind of shows you that, like, you know, not only do you have to like just swap normally, but swap when they're, like, you know, in specific timing where, you know, you won't get in harm's way as well. So going to be quiet for a second. These ones explode, and even if you think you're safe, you might not be safe. Done. Okay, so that should be the next checkpoint received. Now, if I recall correctly, I can do a little kind of nice like speedrunner strat here, which is going to be jump a little bit and then just dash all the way through, and you can make your way down that way. It is kind of precision to do it, but there we go. Very nice. It's not, like, say, that's a speedrunner way of doing it. If you get it first try, it is a lovely, lovely, lovely situation. But I figured that out, like, absolutely randomly, actually. Oh, that was close. Like, absolutely randomly, I was like, huh, I could just do that. So there is going to be the case that, like, you know, when we get speedrunners involved, they're going to be able to figure out loads of new strats, like, especially for routing as well. So this is not the most perfect routing ever, just as I'm sure you can understand. This is a brand new game. I'm trying to play from like a point where I can show you a lot of the game and complete it in a speedy fashion. But I'm very excited to see the proper speedrun community. I say proper speedrun, but you know, the speedrunner community getting to a point where this game can be broken apart, and, like, you know, we can find really unique areas of strats as well. So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get the laser to explode all of the oncoming explosives just so it gives me enough time to jump all the way through. Now, this is a fun little bit. Like, this is where we get kind of introduced to new mechanics in the game again, where you have different objects that can make us, like, you know, fly up and, you know, navigate all the way through the level. And you got to kind of, like... Okay. Oh. Hold on a second. Oh, yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Yeah, you got to just, like, use that to the best kind of ordeal that you can. Okay, so I'm going to jump over it. Hard to speedrun and talk at the same time, obviously. So, yeah, like, you know, that flying mechanic is very turbulent. So you kind of have to, like, really kind of, you know, finely position yourself so that you can turn left or right on it. That's not going to be the case for every single, like, flying object, but that one in particular kind of like just shows you a little bit of the ropes for that specific type. There's going to be some ones later on that, like, even if you are positioning on it, there are going to be, like, you know, different obstacles in the way that do end up changing its position, and then you have to kind of like recalibrate your position. I don't want to spoil it again, but we'll get to it within the next few hours, I reckon. Now, this mechanic here, you have to jump over to the little switches to be able to turn off the laser, then swap back so that you can go back onto this platform. Jump again. Swap. Ah, God, that was close. One more time. Jump on it. Swap. Then, from here, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to build a little bit of like a platform, because you can see that little one that's just above us. We need to be able to easily jump up on top of it. Now, if we had just like one block, we might not have been able to, but it's just important to be able to give you as much volition to jump and to, you know, get to safety as possible. I can jump from here, make a way forwards. The rest of it is going to fall down and explode, so you want to try to get over to it as quickly as possible. Right, from here, I'm going to swap, then I'm going to jump away to the left quickly, and then I'm going to use the... Really, game? Okay. Yeah, it's going to be like that then. All right, okay, cool. So, one more time. Main reason that you do that as well is that it actually does re-navigate the jet stream, so... Hopefully now, there we go. So, this is something that I love about the game. You can see, like, the smoke and all the kind of, like, the dust in the air. It's all very, like you know, block-based, like, very pixel-based. And if you actually look very carefully at a lot of the design, it is very finely designed, as in, like, it's all kind of, like, sub-pixel drawings. It's very, very clever. Like, stupendously clever, honestly. Okay, I should be able to swap this, move this here. It's timed, so that's fine. Like, remote detonation. Ooh, that's close. Okay. Jumping across. Roll, jump, roll. Careful over here. Jump across it. Almost lost it there. Jump. And down we go. Alright, so we cleared that little treachery area there. We're going to grab this. Move it across. Okay. I think what I need to do is I'm going to swap. Move about there so that it can, like, kind of, like, as it falls, kind of, like, reposition itself and then do what it needs to do. Okay. Backwards. Oh, I just got crushed by the explosive projectiles of it. That's... Well, it's not even explosive projectiles, but it obviously, you saw that it was able to, like, you know, really just, like, fall backwards from the... Well, like I say fall backwards, but... okay, let's try this here. So, gonna move this over here. That's better. Okay, so I can do that going forwards. Nice. Right, we're falling down from here. And we're using these little things to kind of just keep us careful as we fall down. Oh, come on. So close. Okay. And down we go. Dash across. Very fast, just so that you avoid the return of the laser. Now, these ones here, like, again, use, like, you know, the gravity of when we fall onto it to be able to get itself into a static position. I believe we want to swap this, fall down, and swap just at the appropriate point so that we can use the laser to get obscured from that point. Fall down here. This one's tricky. Swap. Swap. And then fall down from here. There we go. That one is like very, very like specific timing as well. This one can also be tough. So we'll see if I can get this first try, because you need to kind of like fall at the exact time as those little things there. Yeah, see, I struggle in this timing here. I do understand it, but it is... The timing is a bit... There we go. Okay, second try is the first try. Let's go. Upon first playthrough, I was struggling a lot with that because I wasn't very certain on the timing of those blocks that were obscuring the laser. So I got it in the end. And a lot better than yesterday's practice. So I'll tell you that for free anyway. Right, so I was correct. So this is where we get our first log from this person here. And they kind of like give you a big sort of like entry of knowledge into this whole terrain. So even the scientists that are not unfortunately like, you know, with us anymore are still just like, you know, this place is a mystery. It feels strange, but it feels like I've been here before. It feels familiar. So it could be like maybe in the future, it could be well in the past, it could be like, you know, completely different world. It still doesn't really tell you exactly what it is. It's all kind of like giving you that big suspicion of what it could be. And even though I finished the game, I still don't quite know the, like, you know, the story, if that makes sense. Like, I haven't had a chance to fully read the logs because, again, I had to go fast. So if you are playing this game, make sure you fully read the logs because it is going to like give you some great importance for what this game could be. So later on in the stage, there's going to be something that will help very nicely for those kind of circumstances of, you know, these cycles here. They can be very, very fast, so you do need to be careful. Now, new kind of like damage type here. These little orbs, as you see, you can touch it. It's an immediate death. It's kind of like, what could I call it? That would make a lot of sense. It's kind of like a very, very strong fiery ball that kills you upon impact and touch. So just avoid them. You can be a little bit slow if you want to, but you can see that like they bounce around, that they jump up and down, and like even if you've landed in one position, it could just like bounce directly into you. So carefully does it. Honestly, carefully does it. More like nice platforming here. Once again, like use your apex to jump up, then to continue your way forwards. Easy. Now this one you got to be very quick because that is like a one cycle. These little fire rocks bounce around, so just jump around and avoid. We're going to be using the blocks here to be able to give us enough leverage to jump up, whilst also being careful. Oh, nicely done. Okay, so I almost could have taken a damage there because, you know, that little fiery stone was nearly in our way. Like, it almost, like, you know, fell into us, but we just... But the skin of our teeth scraped away, so thank goodness for that. Honestly, thank goodness. Alright, what's next? Let me... Oh, yeah! Okay, so this is fun. You got, like, little dog fire circle spheres. I don't know what they are, but they kind of, like, make little, like, dog yelps, and it's like they have, like... you know, living properties inside them as well. I have no idea. Genuinely, like, they appear a few times through the game, but it doesn't even give you any context about it, and it's just like, they're all little yelping doggies. Makes no sense, does it? So I'm going to trap them here, so that they can't get through, which helps us to navigate our way, and still, even though you think you're in the clear, there's a few explosives there, and then we're good to go. Right, onwards. Now, there is a kind of that mechanic that you can see that I was doing right there, where I had to kind of, like, jump around it and then kind of, like, dash towards it because... Oh, yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. Because, like, you don't always have, like, the right, you know, position for everything. So, you want to try to, like, you know, recenter yourself to be able to then get the best leverage. Now, you see that laser there, by the way. Those lasers end up, like, just... growing in size. So this is kind of like another time section, because you don't want the ever-growing laser to be able to, like, you know, catch up to you and then, you know, attacks you at that point and then you're dead. So that's kind of what was going on there. Using that swap there, just to get it out of the way, that's all you have to do. Nothing else major. Jumping up across here. I'm just trying to remember what we do from this point here. Okay, so we're going to be using these things as another kind of like middle ground kind of point, basically, because we don't have the full leverage to be able to get across. Even with these like spinning orbs, we're still not relatively in the clear. So I'm going to do another one just about here, and that should be good. As long as we were able to jump to it initially, we'll be able to jump over to it just fine once we get over to, you know, our main jumping across. Okay. Now, here, you gotta try to stay in the middle. Wait for a second. Then jump over to your right. No, they're not there. Jump upwards towards your right. There we go. Now, most people think, like, you gotta try to do something that over to, like, you know, over to that left side and try to find a way to follow those balls. This is what you do here. So you gotta jump up and around. Then wait again for the cycle. Oh my god, that was close. And then you can fall down from this point, still being cautious. And there you go, through. Whoa, I almost hit that laser there. This is timed. Be careful as you fall down there. Like, the amount of times in my first playthrough that I died there was uncannily a lot. Now, we're going to use this in order to be able to pause this rotating blade. So, let's go down and then hit. Wasn't the best position, but I could just navigate my way through there. Okay, and I think we're mostly safe. There we go, cool. It's going okay. It's going okay so far, honestly. For a first, like, officially done run for myself, not too bad. Now, I'm going to get this big platform here and then log it down there so that we got a perfect blockage there. Perfect. Okay, good. Now, hard to see here, but jump down to this one here. Jump down over here. Roll across. Not out of the woodworks yet, because there is explosives there. Get rid of a few of those, then you should be able to just jump across them. And wait for the jet beam of fire, and down we go. Easy. It's a challenging speedrun. Now, like, it's been a while for myself as a speedrunner that I've done, like, you know, platformer-based speedruns, so, oh yeah, okay. Do I have any other objects that I can use? No, I think I've got to try to do the perfect roll jump. Here we go. Yep. See what I mean? Like, you have to do the roll jumps perfectly at these points here. So, right. Now, what do I have to do here? Let's have a think. Okay, so I'm going to jump up from the first one. Ooh, okay. So launch is back here. Okay, so wait for it. Good. Perfect timing. Okay, good. So second time's the charm. Easy. I didn't even see it. I was going. I didn't see I was inside of that black goop there. So, right. Here's what we do here. Is that we're using that, like, you know, circular object here in order to be able to give us the right momentum up. So what we do for this one is we try to jump up as well at the same time to be able to use the initial momentum that we swapped with to then take us to where we need. So there we go. You can see, like, that one's really tough to do. Like, you know, for the average player, that one takes a lot of time to be able to figure out. And honestly, like, during my practice yesterday, it was tough. Okay, that should be good. Lovely. Woo! I love it when, like, you know, once you got it right, it's perfect. Now, I'm going to keep an eye on this one here because... Okay, so I'll explain a little bit about what I was trying to keep an eye on. There was a weird bug, which I think has been fixed now, that, like, you know, depending on how many... I think it might have been how many times you died, that laser might have been a little bit too fast. Like, you know, faster than you could handle. Or, like, was theoretically possible to even clear. So that seems to be fixed, so that's good. Because because there's, like, you know, it's always, like, quirks and stuff like that, so it's fine. But as you can see here, this area is also timed with this big load of lava coming through, so just make your way fast, swap as fast as you can, get yourself into safety, and there you go. Make sure that you're jumping into this little section here, which will take you over into the next stage. That should be substance done, and I think we are on our way to surrogates, I believe. No, not yet. Okay. So this is kind of like just like we had before Inception. This is like another sort of like almost in between a stage, if that makes sense, where like just before the level starts, there's something extra that you have to do. So I believe this is what you have to do. I struggled a little bit this in my first playthrough as well. You got to try to get this, which sends a load of water into the middle sort of like star, if you want to say, something that has its own internal gravity, to then extinguish it, which then sends you back into from the outside world into the inside world. And there we go, there's substance done into surrogates. Now this is where it starts to get really trippy, because you can see that like everything started to go like really black and white, like it's really more just kind of like eerie, atmospheric, like, and you can sense by the music as well that this is an area that maybe we shouldn't have. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That maybe we shouldn't be in. But also for the same case as well, is that the fall damage that we had seemingly is like revoked a little bit, and we have like a lot of like strength now. Almost like, you know, we're kind of made of metal almost. So when we fall down here, you can see that like the strength of us. Oh god, okay. All right, sure, cheers. Is able to cause like that big sort of like what's like, I was gonna say like fall damage, but not even fall damage, but just like the weight of us is able to do a lot more new mechanics in the game. And now we come back to the fact that we have that kicking momentum, so that is going to be becoming very, very useful. But also, so is this new mechanic, which is the ability to slow down time, which we all know and love, helps us to be able to navigate through areas with much easier convenience. But as you can so tell, when you return, it can be very, very hazardous, because you could be in the exact position where, you know, you could die, or you can get crushed easy as well, because even though it looks slow, it still has the same momentum as it was if it was fast paced. So we got to demonstrate both parts in that side of things. I was gonna say I thought I messed up there, but I didn't. So we can actually kick this a little bit in order to be able to help it spin. And down we go. Spin again. Yeah, we can just knock off those fans there. Okay. I forgot I was able to do that. Heading down these sort of like biospheres, or some kind of like, you know, little exoplanets, whatever it is, and then not that way. Okay, where did we need to go? Oh yeah, okay, so it gave us a checkpoint, so that's nice. So as I mentioned, when you do land, it can just give you a straight checkpoint. So if you just die or retry, then you can just easily kind of get your way through. Careful as we go down, and then jump across, because it looks like you could just make your way down and there's like a little platform at the bottom. Nope, not always the case. So hitting that so that we can bring this little this like wiggly platform back, then use the slowdown time to be able to navigate us before we actually... Oh god, oh that was close. By the way, that sound effect is so delicious, honestly. Right, where do we go from here? I'm just trying to remember now. Yep, okay, that's fine. And then wait for a second so that... No, I thought I was in the foreground. Whoops. Okay. Using the slowdown time to be able to get us through this bit here. Okay. Wait for a second. Try to get up. Also, I'll mention something in just a second that is kind of important that you should know about once I can get up. And I've just demonstrated it there, by the way. So, wait for a second. Okay. And up we go. Okay, so You want to be able to, well, you want to try to reactivate normal time before it, you know, depletes. Because when it depletes, then it's obviously a case where, you know, it takes time to rejuvenate and, ouch. It takes time to, like, you know, replenish, basically, to rejuvenate. Same sort of thing. So when you do it, just make sure that you are doing it very well timed. Okay, why has it been a pain here? Okay, so we want to get down. We want to try to get through these little bits here. So I'm dashing quite a few times. Then I'm letting go of the time. By standing on this, it's then going to try to move that black goop so that it can actually kind of... Okay, we just fell through it. Okay, cool. So then the black goop also becomes something that we can then start to stand on. So it has like more solid properties for us. Otherwise, we'll get burnt by that little lava goopy there. Okay, so there we go. Nice. So onwards we pop. Then we're using the slowdown time once again. Now, make our way across and then jump over to that, and then we're good to go. Lovely. It really does try to hone... Oh, yeah. That's what I needed to do. Slow down time before we go to this so that we can then let go of time here. Go down. Ah, I needed to jump. Okay, so that one is tricky. That one is very, very tricky, actually. Okay, so slow down. Okay, down we go. Then jump just a little bit so that you can kind of get yourself into the to the right point, and then you do it. Okay, so this one here. This one is in the trailer, but this is a very challenging one. What you want to do is kick, then immediately jump onto it after you've slowed down the time. Wait, slow down time, jump off it, then you can go onto those little those stretches of the spikes without it hurting you, and then you make your way through. That is kind of like the very big and very first challenge of where, you know, kicking and slowing down time really comes into your favor. But again, it is not easy to initially master. Like, you have to really learn it, basically. Okay. So that was Surrogate. Now we've got Fling. So there's, I think there's 23 levels in this game as well. For this kind of platformer game, that is a vast amount of levels with so many different mechanics, so many different biomes, so many different colors, styles. It's just, again, a very, very gorgeous game and a very well executed game as well. So, right, onwards we go. So I'm trying to remember a bit more about this level because it has been a minute. So we don't have the, you know, the ability to just retain, you know, retain full damage. We kind of have now got our human body back, per se. And the next kind of like mechanic that we're being taught is something that we were been executing a lot throughout it already, which is like, as you're falling or you've jumped, you can then dash, and you want to be able to, you want to be able to use this in order to be able to safely navigate in different areas where there's like loads of explosives and stuff like that as well. So it is all about like kind of like careful platforming this time. Oh yeah, so this is what Fling is about. Some of the laser beams, the green laser beams in particular, have bounce ability. So that is going to come very, very useful into great like area of levels later on, and during this level as well, of course. Sometimes it's hard to differentiate when you have like a different certain color of worlds, but for the most part, you will be... Ow, are you serious? Okay. You will be able to figure out exactly what it is. Okay, so here we go. Jumping across. Okay, I needed to be a bit more on the right-hand side of the laser here. So we're going to dash jump. Then one more time up. Bit more higher up. And there we go. We can dash as well. And that is kind of like new essence of platforming, where it's all like bounce platforming. Really challenging, honestly. Really challenging. And like certain later levels will give you like very like sparse amounts of lasers that you have to bounce with. So you have to kind of like really use your head to be able to figure out where you need to go. Oh God, why did I do that? I panicked there, I won't lie. Okay, so up we go. Then across we go there. Lovely stuff. And we skipped even having to go and, you know, launch your way up. I'm trying to remember what we do here. I think we got to go on this side to then get this block here to then bounce up a little bit, swap around. Whoop, okay. And then that explodes this little wall here for them. Regardless of either side you are on that bounce laser, you can just make your way from there. Nice. Okay. And from here, more careful platforming. Let that explode everything underneath us. And then we're going to swap it just here so that it can change the direction of this little seesaw. And onwards we go. Nice. Alright, honestly, I've forgotten the rest of this bit now, so this is going to be kind of like revitalizing my brain and how we play this. Okay, so time it when you go through. So this one you need to go when the laser isn't at the top, so you can go into the middle bit and then going downwards again once you get the I think you do have to go through there. I think it is. So I'm just going to avoid it completely. Yes, it is. Okay, so... God, I was honestly forgetting that. I won't lie. I won't lie. Like, whilst this is my very first run as well, like, once I'm fully, like, in the loops of, like, all the parts of the level, like, then I'll be able to execute this flawlessly. I am expected a good amount of deaths for my very first run. Like... It is a challenging bit. Right, so for this bit, what I need to do is I need to just swap it so that I can get rid of these explosions, which opens up a little bit of the laser just there. Jump into this little laser. That sucks us up, and through we go. First playthrough took me a while to see that, honestly. Okay, so swap. Constant platforming through. We're going to go through this little gap here. Swap this so we can make our way through. Swap again. And I think there should be an air duct somewhere around here, if I recall correctly, but I might be wrong. No. Okay, so what we're going to do here, because we've got bounce lasers, we don't want to get bounced as we try to go down. So we're going to be using these sort of like static platforms. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to latch onto it, as in get ready to swap. Jump into the middle. Then use that as our middle platform. Perfect. Okay. Now, this one's tough. This one's tough. Okay. Swap just at that point to allow those one-time shots to explode, and then we can carry on from that point. That is extremely challenging. This one here is very challenging as well. Okay, so this one here happens a lot throughout the level, which is you need to just avoid all the incoming shots. Now, even if you bounce and manage to avoid a few of them, some of them may carry on through. So from that point onwards, what we do is we try and find something else to swap with as quickly as possible so that we can let those take the brunt of those little one-time shots. So that was really fast, actually. So what I tried to do there was I tried to be able to just skip through into the middle of those two green lasers. Most of the time you want to be able to wait so you can see it when it's oncoming, and then you can obviously use it. Okay, I'm going to try to get to... Ooh, okay. I need to try to perfect the timing of this one here. I don't entirely know this one. So I think what I'll do is I'll just let this one be the carrier. There we go. Lovely. Ooh. Okay. That's all good. Now use this laser to do nothing. Good. Kind of pointless. So whilst they do look like statically positioned, sometimes they don't always have, like, you know, full positioning on it, basically. Like, they kind of like do wibble and wobble and stuff. So yeah, so for that very purpose there, you saw that it didn't have any like real purpose for us. Now you can kind of just like make your way for a little bit whilst this little cutscene bit is happening. You do want to make your way over to the top, and I feel like we can actually make our way over to the next. Yeah, we can just actually kind of like leave a little bit earlier than intended, which is quite nice. That is fling done. On towards Delta now. All right, so just under an hour of the game so far, and we've made our way through quite a few levels. I've lost count, so that's fine. But as I review this later on, I'll be able to kind of like get a good consensus of like whereabouts I am in the run towards like, you know, how long this run will be. Because once again, this is the first time this run has been fully recorded. Oh, that was very close. So I don't, like I say, my estimation of how long the run will be is probably going to be a little bit lesser on the full front, because obviously I have taken a good amount of deaths this time around. Nice. So we want to get to here. So thankfully these green beams don't actually like kill us in any regard. Like, you know, if we do find a way that it kind of like puts us on that static platform after we stop bouncing, we just survive afterwards. So it's very nice. Okay, use our full brunt of our jump there to be able to get up. More gentle platforming. Avoid that explosive. These are going to start falling. So carefully does it. Even if you touch it briefly, that will cause the animation for it falling down. So you got to be very careful here. So you just latch into it once. Don't like move from the latch. Oh, okay. So you can just kind of like, you know, just jump up from the same position. That's the easiest way of doing it, by the way. Okay, up we go. These ones are interesting. So you can kind of like navigate your body a little bit when you're at the kind of like the very tail end of this like beam here, but you don't have any like, you know, body mechanics. Right, here we go. Let me try and think about this one. Wrong way. Wow, okay. Now this one, you do have to time it well. Okay. I had a lot of issues on this one as well when I was routing. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Lovely. So you can, like say, what you saw there was like, you saw those on the other side where the beams kind of interchanged a little bit. So I just kind of like used that timing where I could see when it was coming into both sides to be able to utilize that as the, you know, the perfect timing. Okay. Now I've forgotten. So these bits here can kind of like help us to not fall down as fast. So you got to try to fall down them very delicately. Again, you can still kind of control your body as you're falling. So you want to aim a little bit left there. And there we go. Now we've managed to securely fall down without actually any, you know, any major fall damage. Thank goodness for that. Okay, so trying to remember what we do here now. I think we can swap this. Yes, okay. So we're going to be using this little object here to be able to kind of like make our way through this. Like the weight of it ends up like, you know, kind of like destroying the initial structure of the little beams here. But if you touch the beams, you die. So you don't touch those beams. Get sucked into the air here. One little thing I should mention as well, when you are getting sucked into like, you're going into like the end bits or those getting sucked into those air bits, make sure that you are still actively trying to move a little bit, because sometimes you could get stuck and then it just resets you. So be sure that you are still like actively moving throughout the game as well. Okay, from here, do some more swaps. Make our way through, and then I'm trying to remember this bit now. Okay, let's have a look, see. So, from here, jump up. Don't do that. Don't do that. Get on top of the second laser. Yeah. Okay, so this is what I mentioned about the fact that these lasers being sparse can really start to, like, come through. I think I'm going to have to jump a little bit whilst I do as well at the same time. Okay, so here we go. Good. Just as an extra safety measure, basically. Now I'm going to jump just here to get to the second lasers. Didn't work out. Okay. I have forgotten what I need to do here, so. Out. Out. Okay, one sec. I'll focus up for a sec. Nope. Close, but no cigar. That's it. Not yet, but thankfully we can use that little barrel there, which is not explosive, to kind of help us find our way. Okay. Cheeky does it. Nice. So we skipped that one in between. That works out just fine. Very tough, man. Swap. Down we go, and Ideally, you did want to use that little object that was over to our left there just to kind of help you out a little bit, but you can just slide through and go fast, basically, but only if you feel confident enough. I feel like there's not the best amount of time. Now, you want to do some sort of like Mario wall jumps here to be able to avoid the lasers. That's very nicely, like, very easy to pull off there, so that's no big issue. Okay, so, same again. Woo! Don't do that. Using the ledges here to be able to help us, like, slow down a tiny bit as we're falling so that we can still avoid the oncoming missiles, but ever so slightly just, you know, get our way downwards a little bit. So here we go. Once again. Oh, just avoiding those missiles. Okay. To the left. To the right. And there we go. We are pretty much safe now. Almost. Now, the nice thing about those lasers is that they are reflectives. Oh, God. Why did I do that? Swap. Okay. Swap. Oh, that was so close. Okay. Okay. All right. Focus up. Okay. So here we go. Swap. Swap again. Oh, I just got crushed by that thing. Seriously. Okay, okay. One more time. Swap. Why did I do that? Okay. Swap. You know what? That checks out. Sure. Okay, so we want to do it just so that we can get it sent backwards a little bit like that. But no, I should have just waited. I should have just waited. Okay. All right, here we go again then. So, swap. Go back. Swap. Okay, then we're clear. Wait for it for a second. See if it will send itself back. Good, and we're safe now. I thought I got crushed there for a second. I didn't, thank goodness. Okay, roll, jump, roll, and through this little tube that we go down. Like, it just kind of like it shows you more about like what the general like environment is right now. That like there's liquid tubes to slide through and stuff like that. But at the same time, still we have no major context about like. Can't believe I just got crushed at like the very first obstacle of this run. Okay, let's do this again and not get crushed. Okay, so these lot here, this is where you can see those little just like the blocks that we had beforehand. They okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, so I won't go to this side. Then go to this side. There we go. God, it's been a while since I've done that one. Okay, so you want to make sure that you time things very well in towards the obstacles that you're doing. Now, this is something I mentioned earlier. I'm going to see if I can do this first try. Oh, so close. Okay, so what you saw there was the fact that like I was able to just like nudge it a little bit, and that was enough to be able to like move it across a little bit. The only reason that I died in both parts there is that I touched the hot spinny wheel. Okay, so one more time. This is not the intended strat, by the way, but it is what I would like to say probably the first like big speedrun strat that you can pull off. So I'd like to say I found that one. I'd like to say I found it. So if it becomes useful, then sure thing. But as you saw there, it worked out very, very nicely. Now, we want to get one of these little electrical boxes, throw it into here quickly, and die. Great. Should have thought about like where I reposition myself. Okay, so one more time. There we go. Now we jump back up. Okay. Okay. Ow. Ow. I guess I didn't just have like the right positioning of actually placing the box into this. So one more time. Go. Jump up. There we go. Now you can see that all the colors changed. That is the true indicator that you've given everything more electricity now to give us more bounce pads, basically. Right. From here, I think we could just go. Yeah. So even though it looked like that we could have used that little swap there, we didn't really need to. So we could just carry on. I'm going to have a glass of water in a second, just as a heads up. If I can find a point that I can quickly breathe at. Okay. From here. Oh, God. I think I remember this bit, but I am forgetting a tiny bit. I think these are just like platform bits. Like stairs almost, but nothing else major to do. Okay, yeah. Alright, so there is some points where we are going to have to be using these. Now, I don't know if we need to use it here. No, I think we just have to... I think we just have to dodge at the right point. So, let's see if we can do this. Good. Jump. Okay, careful again. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Okay, onwards we go. Avoiding all the explosive, he says. It'll be fun, he says. Okay, here we go, here we go. Oof, yeah. I was like, kind of like trying to be too precise with my platforming that it caused that issue, so. Alright, here we go. Oh, close. Oh, God, that was very, very close there. Okay. Oh, my goodness me. That was spicy. I forgot how quick you needed to be there. So, you know what? Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. From here. Oh, yes. Okay. This one is painful, but fair. Painful, but fair. What you have to do is you need to get towards the top of this, avoiding all the boxes and explosives on the way as well. And again, you can see which ones are the major explosives because they are flashing red. Ooh, okay. Wait for this one to spawn. Oh, just at the top. I knew that was going to happen. Okay, okay. Thankfully, that's a check. Thankfully, we got a checkpoint. So you know what? It's not the end of the world, but still... Oh, okay, okay, okay. So this one's going to be a big one. So I'm going to wait. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so we're going to spawn a big one. Jump across. Thankfully, it went on its side, so that's fine. 2, after doing all of that, be able to spawn this little downward platform here. Now, we got to go all the way back and not get hurt again. So I'm going to try to do some careful platforming to be able to get our way through. I don't know if this is fully timed. But what you want to do is you want to get on top of this. Avoiding the little oncoming laser beam that comes down around as well. Like that. And then start navigating up. This is actually the perfect time for me to have some water. So this is a good drink break, by the way. Wouldn't call it a toilet break. I don't know where there's many good... Like, for those speedrunners who do need to take breaks every so often, I don't know where there's many great toilet breaks. I feel like this is one sequential, like, 3-4 hour run that you're just gonna need to do, I think. Like, don't quote me on it. I'm still figuring out the timing for this run, so... as we go through, I'm sure I'll be able to pinpoint any good timings. Okay, so... This one's tough because there's no real major grip points. You just need to kind of like, you know, land accurately, kind of like, you know, inverse your direction so that you can just have that standing stationary point onto it. Okay. Oh, yes, I remember now. So, I want to move this over here. Move this. I pressed the dash by instead of the swap. I'm an idiot. Okay, here we go. Now, I was going to try to do that little sneaky sort of like pushy thing, but if I remember correctly, it... Oh my god, I did it again. It just wastes a lot of time, so you just want to, like, you know, just move them over to the side for now. Okay, so here we go. Move it over. Move it over. One more time. And there we go. Now you've got complete safety to make your way through. And you're good to go, yeah. So that is like a long way of doing it. I don't know if there's any faster ways of doing it, but for the most part, like, that is like kind of like the intended strategy for being able to, like, to progress, basically. So I would be very keen to see if anybody can find another strat, but for the most part, I don't know yet. Okay, so gonna move this down here. Oh my god, that was very close. The same thing happened way earlier on, like, you know, where that one laser beam just shot us out when we were just about to go into the air ducts. Physics is all I gotta say. Just physics. Sorry, I got itch my nose. There we go. Right, so I do love the way that, like, you kind of get introduced these little platforms here, even though they serve, like, no real purpose. They're just normal platforms. They look different, so you feel like, you know, you have to kind of, like, change your approach onto them. Not really. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm remembering a few things now. Right. Very nice. Unintended, but that worked out great, actually. So, what we have to do here is we need to get into one of these little platforms. You can either hold on the side or you can duck on them. So I'm going to just hold on the side here. But not all platforms are the same. So I think it's like these ones here. These ones will actually fall down as you do it. So you need to kind of like use the perfect timing of when you're falling to be able to get onto the other side and then jump up. Okay, so there we go. So you have to use the roll, and as you're rolling, then do the dash mechanic. So it kind of gives you like all the remembrances of like platforming, and it does it very, very astutely. So it's like, again, props to the developers for that one. It's really, really good. Now from here, damn. Okay, so I wanted to try that out just to see if I could get it going, but for the most part, it didn't work out as intended. So what I'm going to do is not that great. Okay. However, could that work? Not well. Okay. What you kind of need to do is block both sides. Now, this one here can be a little bit tricky, so I'm going to try to... Perfect. Okay, good. Then we can do the same at the top, and then that should be easy enough to just, like, dash through at that point. So, once again, kind of just, like, navigating just perfectly. Oh, that's a shame. Okay. Very close. You can see that, like, you know, the moment that you kind of get affected by those little, you know, those little objects, they just make you lose control and you just fly around. So you got to try to make sure that if you are swapping, that you can swap into an area that you won't get affected by. Like that. Okay, so now that we've done that, jump across and you're free to go. It is so, like, I'm not going to say it's egregious, but, like, you know, you do really have to kind of, like, know exactly what you're doing at that point. Okay, so this one here, you want to try to get onto it and then do a little dodge roll onto the next platform and dodge roll again, and then you'll be making your way through. So I'm going to wait for the next lot here. You got to get it perfect because you need the right amount of roll to be able to land onto the other platform. Like, okay, not that then. Okay. Come on, Nico. There we go. Lovely. Easy peasy. See, that one was a lot easier. Now, this one. There we go. Whew. That last one there, I actually struggled on a lot. So now here's a good example of holding on the edge here to avoid it because there is no room to roll underneath it. And yeah, just like, you know, more introductions of platforming that actually cause even more challenge. And I love the fact that this game, like, you know, even though you think you know you've got your platforming well, they introduce something like brand new to you, and it's just like constantly like a consistent challenge all the way through without like giving you like any breaks, like, you know, just like constantly hitting the right beats. So again, that's another reason why I love this. Like, I thought that was something I could grab onto. God damn it. That's why I really enjoyed this platform here, because we've all played platformers where, like, you know, it's like one kind of like major mechanic, and then you just got to use that mechanic all the way through. There are multiple and various mechanics in this game that really, really test you. So on that sake, just like props to the developers. Seriously, major props. Okay, so we're going to be using these little circles here in order to be able to grab onto very delicately so that we can land safely, no fall damage, and on to the next level, which is going to be turbulence. So that was apparatus. I forgot to say it earlier on. So now this is turbulence. This one really, if I recall correctly, really starts to up the ante. It's this one and superposition, vector, momentum are going to be the most challenging ones, I can tell you for free. So let's see if I can remember what I have to do here. Okay, yeah, so I need to swap this into there. That will cause the explosion up the top to disappear. Then I'm going to jump up from this laser beam and die. Exactly that. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That was annoying. Let's do that again. Good. I almost managed to keep enough momentum to just kind of do a skip there. I wonder if I should do that. Let's have a look, see. Nah. Okay. Right. Or you could just do that and die. I didn't see that there was two explosive there. Okay, so one more time. Good. See, that could be the skip. That could be a new skip. We might have just discovered a skip whilst we are doing a speedrun. Nice, okay. So, do that. Do that. I do love it when you can find new skips like that. And hopefully it becomes, like, you know, something that we can primarily use in the speedruns itself. So, again, there's a load of things that we can pick and, like, you know, we can pick apart from this. And, like, it's just things that I didn't realize that are skips that can be very, very useful. I would be willing to open up a Discord to be able to, you know, strategize, like, each level perfectly, finding each, like, perfect speedrun, like, section here. So, again, if you are watching this and you are interested, feel free to hit me up in Discord. It's at Nikoheart. Or you can find me on Twitter or social media. The Twitter is Hello Nikoheart. Blue Sky is Nikoheart.com. Yeah, hit me up on the social medias. I'm around on several like other Discords as well. I'm sure it wouldn't be too hard to find me. But I will try to open up the boards relatively soon. I think you can only open up the boards upon release, but we could. Once the game is released, I'll open up the boards and then we'll be good to go. However, I should be able to show this off just before the game releases so that it gets people intrigued, but we'll see what happens on that front. Okay. For the meantime, we just got to try to swap so we can get away oh my god. To get our way through this little section here. The objects are very close together, so it is a little bit tough, so you do want to try to, you know, move the objects around a little bit over to the side. So here we go. I was trying to see if I could go fast, and obviously you saw how it didn't quite work out, so I'll just do this the intended strats. And here we go. And we can just use that to swap underneath it and go away, boulder. Thank you. I did not want that hitting my head, I'll tell you now. Okay, so we get introduced to a brand new person. They're upside down, hanging, like they're kind of like last resorts. So you can see that it says it's the primitive Kurawari people who worship the egg for century in the Papua jungle, but not the most hospitable givers of information. So they kind of started to figure out what the whole tribe is and trying to understand a little bit more about like where they are, but they obviously understand that like there's more mystical properties, like more you know, properties that they would have been able to figure out in their lifetime within that egg, and that egg itself did that whole transporting situation. So again, I don't know the full lore. Please make sure that you play the game so you can understand more about the lore. I am obviously speeding through it. Obviously, once I can understand a bit more about the game, I might end up actually trying to do like a lore commentary for this game as well. I'm sure I could do... Oh, that's mean. That's mean. Okay, let's see if I can do this then. Just... Okay, so when I did this in my, you know, my first run... I say my first playthrough, I tried to use that little block there in order to give us enough height. But that's the first time I realized that, oh boy, it just kind of like gets rid of your platform there. Like you're just like, it's a loose platform. So thank you, video game. Okay. Now this I failed on a few times. I remember very clearly. So I am going to focus up here just a little bit. Ooh. Oh my God, just now. Here's how I do this bit. I jump over to the left and get over to here. That's a checkpoint. Wait for a second. Hover over to the left. Wait for it to go down. And then we're going to jump across over here to this one. Oh, I missed my chance. Okay, I missed my chance. Yeah. So here's what you're meant to do at this point here is you're going to try to fall down, then dash through underneath it, like at the very perfect timing. So I'll do it again. There. Oh, so close. Okay, there we go. One more time. Oof. It's very tricky, like very tight timing. One more time. I think you need to have a little bit more of a jump up. No way, no, there's no way, there's no way. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There, oh, so close, okay. There we go. So again, it's a very, very astute timing for that one. So as soon as you kind of like reach the very small apex, then it's just like immediate jumping for it. Oh god, okay. Oof. What am I doing? Stats. There we go. So hold on to the ledge and then just down and then dash across. So wanted to try the same again, but just missed out. Okay, so one more time. Damn it. Okay. Yeah, this bit's going to take a lot of time to perfect. So you could easily like die a lot here. So don't feel bad if you do end up dying a lot because the timing is like partially mean, if you know what I mean. Okay. Oh my god, come on. Or I could just do that. That makes life so much easier. Okie dokie then. Cool. I did not think about swapping the platforms at all. Alright then, let's just do that. Alright, so here we go. Bosh. Done. So much easier. Okie dokie then. I will do that in future. Oh my god, that was close. Well, I was making it extremely difficult for myself. I don't know why I did that, but sure. I feel like I might be screwed. No, just. Okay. Well, at least I can go a little bit faster there then. Okay, so if I recall correctly, kind of jump through each one, jump onto this little platform here, jump down, dash across over to this one, and then onto this, jump up perfectly with the apex of your jump, and then that should be it. There we go. Okay, good. All right. That last one there is a bit tough, but we got it. It's good. I don't know if this is the end of this level. I think it might be. Yeah. Okay, so that's Turbulence. Sort of like one of the faster levels, I'd say. Like about like 6-7 minutes. But once again, it's... There's just a lot of room that... there's a lot of room for improvement there. Ow. I don't know why I did that. Okay. We were meant to go over here. Perfect. Now, these, I think, fall down as we go through, so we do need to be a little bit faster. Here, we need to be a little bit careful. Oh, I think we use that little block there, actually. Yes, okay, so. Swap here. Let everything explode from this point, and then down we go. So, even though, like, I did try to do a quick run, like, just before I started today to try to memorize this bit, because, like, I've done, like, everything up to this point, it is very difficult to remember. I won't lie. But I do like the fact that I am getting through this quite well, even though, like, I'm forgetting a little bit. Okay, I think the last one you have to jump over. Okay. There we go. Okay, good. For which we can then make our way through it. Just let our body fall down. This bit here is tough, just as a heads up. So, make sure you know what you're doing when you go ahead with this bit, because these planets have multiple rockets, as you can see. So, you want to time your jumping down at the perfect point. I think you can just duck underneath that one there. I'll just double check that. Okay, good. Down we go. Down we go again. Perfect. Head over to this one here. Fall down. Hang to the side. Jump across over onto this. Oh, I jumped upwards. Damn it. Okay, so thankfully it was not in our favor. Okay. So I'm going to wait for this little movie platform to come back towards us. Okay, good. Press down at that point. Very luckily, actually, managed to get back up. Ooh, that's a shame. Okay, so you had to kind of wait for all those blocks to kind of bypass a little bit. Damn, that was a shame. Okay. Jump. Wait for it to move you back. Press down. Jump across. Okay, now you got the right timing. There we go. I think we could probably swap from this point. Lovely. Very nice timing in that one. Damn. That worked. And then, bosh. Okay, good. So, just so that we can get out of harm's way, it's better to just be able to, do that. Right. Here's what I'm going to do for this one. I'm going to log it up here. It's going to explode it upwards. Then we're going to go up and around. And from here, I've got to try to remember this bit. I think I just kind of like... Yeah, I just risked it through that. So you do need to, like, you know, just be careful on the timing there, basically. Okay, good. Excuse me. Why did you throw the box over here? Wow. All right. I almost got crushed there as well. Damn it. And that's another thing I love about this. Is just that, like, you know, as you go into the next area, just the constant changing of the colors. It's so gorgeous, man. So damn gorgeous. All right. So here, I'm going to use that box. Wait for the missiles to get through. And now because that box is blocking those missiles, those like very fast missiles, then you can just get through without any issue at all. Lovely. From this point, oh god, yeah, just be fast and be careful where you're rolling. Know exactly where these missiles are landing. Wait for it. Oh boy, so close. I just took a little bit of the radial blast of damage there. Lovely. Wait, go, and across and up. A few more over here. Go. Okay, so again, very pattern-based, very easy to get. You're fine. Roll, jump, roll. Maybe. No, we're fine. Then roll, jump, roll. Sorry, dash, roll, dash. Roll, dash, roll. Whatever. I've forgotten. It's been a run so far. Okay. So now we're kind of being reintroduced to these, like, to the flying objects. You are able to kind of like dash your positioning on it, but this is not the best way to do it. You just want to stay on top of it for the most part for the first like 3, I think it is, and then when it's the last one, then you do the switching. So you can see again that the lasers are at the bottom here because you can see the kind of base of emittance. So we're now going to jump back on top of it. So here we go. I'm actually going to... Let me think about this. Okay, so I'm going to stay here. There we go. So even if you are, like, you know, blocking a laser, you still need to make sure that you are at the relevant distance from it. So, oh my god. Why? I pressed the dash button again. Okay, so thankfully it gives us a nice little checkpoint here. So then I can just switch out and swap, and then we're good to make our way through. I'm actually going a little bit faster than I thought I would. So I did say I think this would be about like a 3-hour run. This could be about, at this rate, probably about 2.5, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, so I need to turn my air conditioning on very quickly. Wait 1 second. There we go. Right, so we need to switch. Get ready to swap in this one. Send it off. Swap. And then... That's so annoying. I'm so close. Okay, one more time. Swap. Hit the button. Swap. Land on here. There we go. Because you lose your control and you end up like just falling around and sloppily falling. That's fine. Okay. That's what you gotta do. Righto. I think I remember what we need to do here. Now, the reason that I'm not going through those little blue lasers, like, quickly, like, just yet, is that we need to do it very fast. We need to... For that measure, I wonder if I can actually block the laser. No. Okay, so... My intention was right, but I just accidentally went through the blue laser. What we end up needing to do is we need to jump on the lasers and perfect where we are so that we can then just directly just jump through those. So I'm going to show you what I mean. So we're going to bounce and then take the full velocity to go through the lasers. Damn it, it didn't happen. Okay. I needed to bounce a little bit more before I could actually do it. So one more time. Get across. Ow. I probably could have done it there actually, but I wasn't going to risk it. Okay. Move it across. Careful where I respawn my swap. And dash across. There we go. There we go. That's what it is. So you just needed to take that, like, that top bounce at the full velocity that you could, getting through those lasers very quickly, and then you're through. Oh god, yeah. Right, I remember what I need to do. So we need to, you can go inside of this big, you know, like tree trunk here, so you can avoid these oncoming lasers, but you still need to kind of like nudge the tree trunk just a little bit more over before you end up taking a laser. So I'm gonna swap it again here. Perfect. And then you got the full velocity, and well, not velocity, you got the full, like, you know, safety measured there to get through, and we're through, and that should be projectiles. Yep, we're into gravitation now. Now this is where the run gets interesting. This is where the run gets interesting. I haven't had a chance to practice this, so I might be a little bit rusty for this one, but we'll see how it goes. When it gets in that... Huh, helicopter outside. Sorry, I got distracted by the helicopter there. Yep, so this bit here, like, initially stumped me. There is a little bit of a ledge that you can latch onto here, but it sometimes is a little bit finicky. So sometimes I don't even know if you need to do that even. No, you don't even need to do that. That's why I got confused, because I thought you needed to grab onto that ledge. You don't. You need to grab onto the one to the side of it, but to get the right jump up is a little bit annoying because that branch can get in your way, basically. So you need to figure out exactly where best you need to jump up from. There, perfect. Okay, just do small jumps. If you move around a little bit too much, you might lose your footing or your grip, and then you got through it. Okay, so that's easy time I can save there, but I digress. It's still, like, you know, there's still a lot more this run to pull off. So okay, so here's just the shtick of this one, is that these little planets here, which we did see, I think we did see a little bit earlier on, but is more the primary focus, has its own kind of like center of gravity. Now you need to be able to use the center of gravity to be able to bring you over from one planet to another. And you can see by that one there, it did not have the line around it. It kind of like phased in and out, so that means that it does have its gravitational property, but only like intermittently, basically. So you need to kind of like, for that one specifically there, be able to time it. This one here, time that, like, go around as quickly as possible, because you can die. Now, if I recall correctly, I need to wait for the laser, then just dash around a little bit, wait over here, then jump around, jump up, and get down, jump around. But thankfully, there's another checkpoint there, so again, the game is very, like, very kind and giving with its checkpoints. So it is nice that you can just land at a point, and especially for speedrun purposes, you can just move on without any stress. So, okay, do a little dodge roll around when there's not a lot of fire. careful for how much you do because you will end up getting hit by the laser. Then jump around. Careful down. You can take a little bit of like wait, where am I? Oh, I'm underneath here. What? How? Oh. Huh? Okay, that was weird. Okay, bear with me a second. I feel like I'm messing this up. Maybe you don't even need to do that. No, you don't need to. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do in turn. I'm going to try to start dodge rolling onto the big planet all the way around this, like the perfect timing, basically. In fact, there might even be an easier way, but let's see if I can do this. Hold on. Nah, it's risky. You can kind of like just go through there, but it's not easy. So get down, dodge roll, and there we go. Super, super risky, but you know, it's okay. It's okay. I did it. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. And using this, these planets here to kind of navigate through, like using the opposite side of where we want to go as our kind of like our directional for moving these whole like I was gonna say billards there. It's not billards, or you know what I mean. It's kind of like just like these objects basically. All right, jump across. Still careful because we're not out of the woodworks yet. There we go, and across we go. All right, so that's that little platforming section done. Easy peasy. Yeah, I'm genuinely trying to remember what we do here now. All right, first playthrough again. Let's do it then. I've forgotten from this point. So, all right, so more of these like opposite directional movements that we got to do. Jump over again. You need to make sure that you're within the radial, like the good kind of radial of where the. Oh god. Woo! Is that gonna work? Can I jump up from here? I don't think so. Okay. So I did want to try that to see if like there was a way that I can kind of like just make my way around, but unfortunately not. I think this is where we need to go. Yep, that's it. Oh god. Oh my god, I'm so close. Okay, so you need to use the swing to be able to get to this one. There we go. Let it hit it. Get rid of the gravitational earth, like nanoplanet, whatever it is, and then make your way through. I forgot about that, like, you know, that leap there. That literal swing. That's fun. That's really fun, actually. Okay, so from here, I do remember this bit. Now, we're going to be using each big circular's gravitational pull to be able to get through. And from that point onwards... Okay, I've forgotten from just here. We're going to go over to the one that's on the left, I think it is, or kind of make our way up and around. Yeah, okay, we're going to go up and around here. So, you will need to be careful about, like, your directional when you get onto these earths here, because it's not going to be just simple up, down, left, right. It's going to be changed up a little bit for whereabouts you're currently standing at that point, if you know what I mean. So, it's kind of like... If you are using a controller, you're probably going to have an easier time with this. But if you're on keyboard, it might be a little bit more like, oh, I don't, which way am I going? So, for example, like to start walking there, I had to press up and right. Oh, I've almost missed that. So, yeah, you got to try to think about where you are and the kind of like the center point of gravity. And your current position to know whereabouts you need to move, basically. So, just as a big heads up for that one. Okay. Righto, then. Oh, boy. Yes. Okay, I remember this. This bit is annoying. Okay, so here we go. So, okay, I think I've already screwed up. Yep. I'll just take the rip in this one. We lost our timing because we couldn't get our footing upwards. So, what we end up needing to do is activating it. moving as quickly as possible all the way up and around. Jumping. Getting through. Jumping again. Then navigating just a little bit into that tiny section there so that you avoid the laser. Damn it. Okay, so one more time. Okay, activate. Get across. Now, that's a good amount of, like, distance already. Oh, God. See, that's what I'm talking about. Your position of gravity. You need to know where you are. Otherwise, you can just jump one way or another. There we go. That's a proof in the pudding point. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Bad timing. Yeah, I don't think this is the one. Oh, boy. Oh, I was too fast around a circle. Okay. So much time to save. It is fine. It is fine. I'm expected a load of death, so... Okay, jump up. Get around. Okay, careful. Huh. Okay. I thought I had that there, but apparently not. I'm gonna need to, like, write down the best, like, movement tech for this bit because it is challenging, to say the least. Okay. Unless... Ah, you could just do that as a safety point. Ah, nice. Okay. Oh, my God. I almost screwed it up there. That's fine. Woof. That was so close. Okay. So, once you get into your safety area, there's a little lever there that you can hit to kind of stop the laser, and then you're free to proceed. Scary stuff, like seriously scary stuff. Okay, I'm trying to remember exactly what I do here, but I think we just got to build another ledge up just so that we can get towards the gravitational pull of this little planet here. Nice building, Nico. You can tell I've never played any kind of like crafting games before. Go. Is that enough? There we go. Just about. Okay. Right. Swap. Sorry, I got distracted by an email there for a second. Yeah, so there is going to be a few more areas where, like, you know, you got to do some more big swapping. But this one here, if I recall correctly, you have to kind of, like, very narrowly avoid all the incoming lasers. It's a timing basis one. Okay, so down we go. Across. And just navigate our way through. Okay. We want to use this one here to swap to pull this one through. Stand in the middle of it and swap so that you're in between the two lasers so you can avoid imminent death. Easy peasy. All right. From this point here... that's the end of the level. Okay, that's gravitation. Right, we're on to nanoplanets next. So, as I kept on mentioning about nanoplanets, there's a lot more of the kind of like... those kind of like central orbs, the kind of the you know, the little Earths around the way, but a little bit more to it than that. So these ones here, like, not only do they have like a kind of gravitational pull, but they have like a big beam of light that can like vastly bring you over towards that planet like very, very quickly. So whilst you are doing that as well, there is the risk of you know, surrounding objects that could cause death. So as you saw there for the very first example, you saw that there like are those really big quick spinning blades, and if you land into that, it can easily kill you. So you need to kind of like jump into the beam very accurately, and then you can you know, get to squat into it. So from here, jump close towards to the laser. Same again. And yeah, there we go. So instead of like, you know, just worrying about like, you know, to get from the furthest point, you can figure out a way that like it'll kind of like, you know, bring you around closer, like, you know, kind of like circle you around into it as well. Okay. So. Ooh. Oh, right. So how do I do this one? I've forgotten now. There we go. So even though you have the normal ones where they are like a solid surface and you can walk on them, some of them don't. Some of them are fire-based. So you want to kind of still use the gravitational pull, but jump out of it without, you know, without being dragged in too far. Okay, so we got some more bouncy beams. If I recall correctly, what we need to do here is move said bouncy beam. So I'm going to move it over here. Move this one across over to here, which will put us on the outside of the beam. Then we can jump up. Oh my god, so close. So close. Damn. All right, let's do that again. So the positioning of where you put them is, like, you know, very important. If it is on a little bit of an incline, it can be a little bit dicey, but again, it's more about like where you're jumping up into to be able to avoid those blades. God damn it. Okay. All right. I'm going to give it a good old college try. All right, here we go. I don't know why I did that. All right. Yeah, it swapped. Okay, good. So we put it here. Get it swapped ready. Good. Then there we go. That was it. Lovely stuff. And we actually managed to get above. Hello? Okay, I should just be able to retry. I found a little bit of... Oh, okay, so I will try to make that aware for the dev. You can get stuck in that little point, so hopefully that will be fixed in post-release and stuff like that, but that isn't that. You got to be careful that you don't get lodged into that point then. Okay, good to know. Okay, into the middle, perfect. Oh boy, okay. Well, at least we're out, so yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Phew. Huh, okay. No problem. Everything's fine, I think. Now I just got to try to remember what I do from here. Okay, I remember. So these ones here, they stay static in place. So we want to use the jump here to try to get a good enough point of height. Swap it again a bit more higher up, then use that little ledge on the side just to be able to get over towards it. Oh yeah, don't do that. Right, so we're going to be using the gravitational boundary to, like, you know, kind of like circle around it, then to try to get onto that one little platform as well afterwards. So there we go. So I just did a little bit of a jump whilst I was going around, and that was enough to kind of like change our general positioning to then just lead me over to the floating platform. So good. This one is standing out to me a little bit. I'm trying to remember what this is. Okay, so we need to bring electricity back. That's what's going on. And I'm trying to remember exactly where it is. Okay, is this one here? Then we can click on this, which activates all of the gravitational fields. So from here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go around the outside edge. It took me a while to figure this one out actually as well. So I'm gonna go to here just to give us enough of a direction, and then jump across and dash, going up and around. Good. And I'm trying to remember from here. No. Okay. So, thankfully, this is our checkpoint. So I'm going to try to put the... Oh, yeah. I remember now. Okay. Okay, I'll just take the rip there. That's fine. What I want to do is I want to swap it at that point, come down around here, hit this little thing. This will stop the gravitational pull, I think. Damn it. Okay. Okay, let's try this again. So swap. Good. Swap just at that instance. Then do a roll dash run roll, and then we're good. Okay. Whew. Okay. What do we do from here then? Because I have forgotten. Nice. Definitely not intended that. Okay. Okay, land on this. Get pulled into that, and then we're good. Okay, so As you saw there, the surrounding objects were kind of like a good sort of like platform for us to get into the gravitational center that's there, so that's fine. Now, I believe these little dangly doos are deft. Like, you know, they look like they're bouncy, but they're not. They just, they will hurt. So don't hit on those. If I recall for these ones just actively stay in this position wherever you are. So we do want to try to utilize that very nicely in this next coming section. Now, this bit is painful, as you can see. There is probably going to be a very good strategy for this, but I don't know. Haven't really kind of strategized it too well, but what I'm going to try to do, this is my kind of strat, is I'm going to fall down, of course. That's exactly what I want to do. Nah, just reset. Okay. Platforming here is a little bit trickier than most. Okay. Right, bear with me in this one. Okay, that's our checkpoint. Nice. Okay. So what I want to do is swap this one here, put it here. Then I can just jump around all of the other ledge that's on the right-hand side. Then navigate upwards a little bit more. Wait for the next sort of spiky thing. Oh, that was too mean. Okay, so let's try that one more time. Oh, see, that's what I'm talking about. That it can be a little bit like of an annoying platform section, because even if you try to grab on it, it feels like it's a little bit more slippier than most. So you want to make sure that you're platforming very delicately here. Okay, up we go. Then jump over to this one. Jump across. And what I might do, actually, this is a nice little way around it, is just pull it over to the left-hand side, then you can avoid all that section. Perfect. Okay, so that's my strats. I don't know if it's going to be the fastest, but it is something that is, you know, very, very feasible to pull off, and it avoids a lot of the extra platforming that you have to do, so I'm assuming that might be a good one. Oh boy, why did I do that? Okay. Not that. Not that. Okay. There we go. We use the right leverage. We use the right kind of like slope upwards, and we're fine. So I'm going to do a similar thing here-ish, where I'm going to try to roll dash roll, but only after a certain point. So like this. Yeah. Okay, so I need to be careful. Right, bear with me on this one. There we go. Just about. Like, you have to literally thread the needle there, if you know what I mean. And another big roll. And a dash. Down we go. Oh, yeah, okay. Still got to be careful here because of that big old laser. So it's better to be able to, like, protect yourself by just staying on the side there. Ow. Forgot about that one. Okay, cheers, mate. Thank you very much. Right, bear with me. Let me see if I can figure out this one. So, I think you just got to hang on the side. Get shot around. We can skip a load of it here to get over to this one. Now, these are inverse gravitational fields. So, these are more like, kind of like bouncies, if you know what I mean. And then you just need to make your way downwards towards the actual main gravitational pull, which you can see has more of like the thicker outer edge compared to the other one. So here we're going to be swapping the planets to be able to make our way through. Jumping out of its gravitational pull as much as you can. There we go. And honestly, for the most part, you can just kind of like just keep on swapping. That is like the best kind of way of doing this, really. So here we go. Again, this may not be the fastest, but it's still something for right now. So I'm going to try to swap. Ooh, that was close. Okay. I was wondering if the other rockets that were going to get pulled over across to it, but nope, we're fine. Good. Now, I remember this. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So we avoided all of those like singular shots there. We're able to use it to get hit upon the platform there. Hello? Oh, yeah. Excuse me. That was not the way that we needed to go. For some reason, I thought we did have to, but it's this way here. Balls. Damn it. Okay. Get it? Balls because of the little the earth balls. Anyway. Into the pipe suck. There we go. So... it's one avid way of transportation. I don't know if this was like... Oh. Yeah. Okay, thankfully that caused it to be a split. I thought, like, you know, if we got stuck there, it might reset, but we're fine, so everything's chill. Right, we are on to liquid now. That was a... That is a very tough level, that Nanoplanet. So it really kind of, like, shows you how quickly the threshold of this game amplifies. So even for liquid right now, you can see that we're already in coming danger, and that is so prevalent because... whilst we don't have like full range of control, we still can kind of like navigate our body a little bit through the water, but there is the risk of explosion. And again, it is proper threading the needle here. So here we go. Let's see how this all kicks off. So careful, don't go right too quickly yet. About now, lovely. Hold left a bit more. A bit more to the right. There we go, just... Hold left. Super slow paced. All right. Left. Oh my god, that was close. Okay. Woo! Spicy that was. And we just constantly keep on going up from here. I can't remember where the exit point is, but... Alright, here we go. Good. So I think you can... I don't know if you can actually hold upwards whilst you do it. I think it is mostly just like, you know, a left and right basis where you got to try to figure out, like, you know, how delicately you navigate through the liquid there. But again, there probably is like full like up, down, left, right directional, but I'm not entirely sure. Now this one you got to be very careful with for this very purpose. That don't you remember the little like the red orbs? They do start to return and they do start to cause some serious like pain. For the very case that, like, they actually affect the liquid as well. So, you can see that both sides of the liquid have fully, you know, they fully become, like, you know, just beating hot water. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, I kind of wrecked our circumstance there. So, I'm just going to take a rip there because I forgot to turn off the bits to the right there. So... One more time. So we are going to be able to actually use the that block. Oh god, there's a bit of a further distance away now. This might actually be a little more risky. Alright, let's see what we can pull off here. Very nice. There's just enough of a ledge I can get onto. Whew. Okay, so even though it looks like it might have been just a little bit too far, I was still able to just be able to use that, like, you know, the roll dash roll to be able to get us to where we needed to be. Now, earlier on, you remember the green goop was able to kind of like protect our fall a little bit. Here it's a little bit more solid, so we can actually still use it as like a platform per se. Avoiding the red platform because that's the hazardous one. Alright, so come on, let me just focus up here for a second. Okay. Oh... I might hold on to that last green platform just for a second and then just roll out, like, you know, try to dash over to our right. Okay. And dash roll. Perfect. There's just enough of a height distance that we can just make it through, so that's good. And then just like touch the literal edge of the top of it and then we can dash roll all the way to the side. Here we need to actually go fall downwards a little bit more. So we're going to be using the in-betweens of the of like the circles to try to get us through, but thankfully, even though we did you know, we did lose control of our body a little bit, it still was the right amount of, like, you know, push to bring us over to the side. So thank you little rockets, for kind of like nudging us over a little bit. That's very kind of you, actually. From here, I'm trying to think about what's next. Okay, so we're just gonna use the top edges. Okay, whatever. Yeah, not good. So that is the problem. If you do get out of control when it comes to these kind of circumstances because of the little rocket, that's when it could become, like, you know, your death, basically. So if you are trying to do, like, a full run, like, no hits, no deaths and stuff like that as well, then that could be where it goes down, basically. Okay. Right, I'm going to focus up for this a little bit here, because I remember this is... You want to use the momentum as you're getting towards the edge of this bit here to give you the right... I think you just got to jump from there. I was trying to, like, dash, like, you know, roll, dash, roll, but I don't think you need to do it here because it will count as, like, just a dash. No. Okay, bear with me for a second. Okay. See, there's just, like, there's a bit of a height from when we dash initially. I've done this before, so I should know how to do this. There was no momentum there. Okay, yeah, no momentum. Okay. I should be able to do this. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Let's see what I can do. There we go. That's it. Okay, so I just didn't reach the edge of the actual laser bit, so I wasn't able to get the full momentum. So that was on me, basically. Now, these ones here, we can use we can do basically like wall jumping if we want to as well, but we're just going to try to hang on the top of it to be able to get to where we need. I have a feeling we could use the upward momentum a little bit, but I'm just going to do roll dash roll once it reaches the top peak, and we are once again good to go. Goodness me. It's funny how those little, like, you know, those little bits there, they kind of feel like they're like balloons, like they pop really easy. I don't know what the properties of those ones are, but they definitely are not as, like, I was going to say soluble. I don't think it's soluble, but you know what I mean. They just, they become non-solids very, very quickly and then become air. Maybe. I don't know. Okay, so from this becomes very challenging once again. I think what I did is a little strat. Let's see if I can pull this off. Ah, I missed my chance again. Okay, I'm gonna hang around here. I was gonna okay, so I think it could work. Like, or maybe not even. Yeah, because, like, if you try to go down that side, then that's enough for the full damage. We want to find a way that it can get us towards that little green circle bit. But as you saw from that point there, it slowed down when it touched the other red laser. So the timing of it can be very, very annoying. But there may be a solution. There may be a solution, which I think I literally almost just saw, actually. So we're going to wait for one revolution. Nope. We want to get into the top of the green circle. Top green circle, anyway. Start jumping around now-ish. Yeah, that could work. Yeah. So hopefully that will be the strat going forwards. Like, just about. It is not easy. Like, it's really not easy, that one. So, in props to the devs for making it tough, if you know what I mean. Okay. Bye. God's sake. Alright, so I'll explain what's going on here. We want to be able to stop the red's, like, oncoming circle, because, again, we want to be able to get onto the green platform section, but jump over whilst there is still enough of a platform part. I think we can just go. No, we want to get into the top part. Okay, so now we're going to try to jump up on those little green, the ledges, like the outside bits. And then we can use that leverage and get through. Okay, we are Gucci. Good to go. I have a feeling we've got like about maybe like 4 or 5 more levels from this point. So for those who are wanting a context of like whereabouts we're on the run right now, we're kind of like very towards like the second half of the end, basically. Now, I can't entirely remember what happens here, but we do get dragged in towards, like, this big sort of like vessel per se, and then there's loads of like electrical, like there's just a lot of electrical output inside of it, and I don't know if it kind of affects our body in such a certain way, or it's kind of like a big teleportation or transportation. So again, a lot to be decided, a lot to be revealed maybe by the developers and like the directors of the game. Still, it's just amazing that it leaves a lot to be like, you know, like without any kind of like context clue, it leaves a lot to be decided for, like, you know, what you actually find out, if that makes sense. But let me just stop there for a second, because you can see that we've kind of returned back to that. You remember that one stage we were at a while ago where we had like the no fall damage, and we had the, hold on one second. Okay, I was trying to remember what this, because we got some more tutorials for this bit now. But actually, okay, let me rephrase my brain a little bit here. So, you remember like we got that one stage earlier on that kind of gave us an insight that we are going to be having that ability where we have no fall damage. We have, like, you know, the ability to pause time and do loads of different things as well. Do you also remember this stage? It's almost like, you know, not only have we returned like that ability, like, you know, that's like almost like robotic body, but we've also returned back to this stage, because you remember when I first introduced the like the fiery orbs, the one-touch orbs? They're back. They are back. So it's almost like we got transported back to a point where we're now revisiting where we started, basically. So it's again, very interesting whereabouts we are in the story at the moment, but it makes it a lot nicer for us to be able to kind of like get through this section like with absolute ease, because you know, we got the ability to just, like, you know, pause time quickly, like, you know, get through an area without like having to like time it like we have been, like this bit, for example. Shut up. Anyway, shut up. Because that's how quickly it would go if you didn't slow down the time. So that's what I'm trying to get at, but obviously I spoke too soon, basically, which is a very commonplace thing for me. Okay, so I'm going to pause the time as I go through here a little bit. We do have our kickback as well. So that's something else as well that is going to be very, very handy for the rest of this level. I should be able to jump up here. Good. And more than likely, if I can remember, we will be utilizing the kick and then also the slow down at the same time, so we can... Okay, I've got to try to remember how to do this bit, because I know I struggled at this bit, actually. I think I've got to jump up here. That's it. Okay, so we wanted to let the explosion down, let our little dog one-touchers to be able to explode that, to be able to then open our way, avoid the little doggies, and then, you know, and then we managed to make our way through. It's a whole process. It's a whole setup to be able to do that, but again, very, very clever. Like, very clever. Okay, so once again, we're going to try to block our way through. Or not. I'm an idiot. What else is new? Okay, here's what I'm going to try. Not that. Okay, whoo! Okay, so I basically kind of like hovered on the top a little bit. Like, I tried to dash upon them on the top. But I need to figure out the best setup for this one, because I'm going to be stumped to this one a little bit if I do this. That might be it. No. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we just need to jump across on the top of them and make sure that they don't touch us, and that's it. Okay, cool. Right, I'll make sure I remember that for next time. Now, this is annoying, this section, if I recall correctly. Okay, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, so we still need to try to get across the explosive ones, so that's okay. Oh yeah, the laser starts growing here, so we want to start moving around and also try to pause the timing whilst we're doing it as well. So I'm just going to retry that quickly. So once we kick, we pause the time, and then we kind of utilize what we got at that point. So Here we go, kick. These ones should start to move around up the top. No, so I'm going to try to kick it again. This time, this one. No. Oh, maybe. Damn, it's so close. Okay. Oh, no, close. Okay. You know what? That works, actually. Better than I intended. No, I just got crushed. Better than I intended. Actually managed to explode the oncoming laser. So, honestly, not the worst. That might be good, actually. Ooh, very close. Okay. Let me read this. Revitalize my timing. Ooh, okay, this is not going to work as well. You know, that's fine. That's fine. Good, 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 good. Okay, so... Oh, I could have used that momentum there, maybe. You know what? Oh, so close again. Okay. Oh, damn. I just lost my time there. So, oh, let's see how we can pull this off. That's it. That's it. That must be it. Damn. Damn. Oh my god, I just lost my timing again. Okay. Whoa, okay then. Not intentional at all, but I will take that. Wow. I just got launched up there. Sick. Unintended strats, okay? Unintended. But I am not going to deny them. Now, these are explosive, I recall. So, kick them. No, okay, I remember what we need to do now. We need to kick, but then time it well so that we can use that as a platform. So, this might just get us through. Nope. Close, though. Close, close, close. So, now. Very nice. Oh, just about. Okay, perfectly done. I say perfectly done, but, you know, we're just... with enough due diligence. I will take a rip there purposely because it actually does reset these orbs, like, so that we can just get through very quickly. Sometimes resetting is just, like, you know, the best thing to do in that circumstance. So, just like we did from the very beginning, we went over the top. Gonna wait for a point that the orb is over the top. Then we're gonna navigate downwards and just regain our time in a second. Oh my god, that was close. Wait. Go. Alright, there we go. Lovely stuff. So, just like the other one beforehand, it was more like, that one was more where it was, you know, it was going to come down super quickly, but we can use the, pause buffer basically straight away just to get our way through there, so that's fine. Doesn't matter if you lose control there, you can easily get down, so that's okay. And you can aim, you can kick directionally as well. So I did down and K at that point to be able to bring us to the relevant point, so that it blocked the laser. Oh god, okay. Okay, that was a bit risky actually. Very risky, but that's fine. That's all, they're all gone. That's no stresses. Pause. And we're Gucci. Okay, so I haven't tried going from the very top, you know, holdy lever, but second one works just fine anyway, so that's no problem. Okay. I should be good at that by now. I should be good, so there we go. Oh boy! I forgot about the afterparts. Whoops. That's, again, thank you, checkpoints, for being very, very kind. That's what I mentioned. Even if you just touch the platform. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that too. God damn it. Okay. So, this is a scary part. So, I'm gonna... Right. How did I do this in practice? Like that. Brilliant. Okay. gonna stand on top of it. Then just constantly pause and unpause so that we can make sure that we stay on top, because it is very easy to lose your position on it. Because it's not like a full, just like, you know, you can stay on it and then wherever you are, it's fine. Oh, God, okay. There we go, good. So, okay, so we can get through that quickly. This one's going to be tough. So I'm going to try to jump on it. Oh, God, yeah, that's what I was worried about. Because of your time, like, you know, you've only got, like, you know, 30 seconds of time. You need to kind of, like, jump on it at, like, the perfect point, basically. Be about now-ish. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Like, genuinely, that one's one of the most scariest or, like, you know, pause moments, because, you know, if you jump on the platform too late or too early, then you could just go flying, basically. Oh, yeah, I need to... Okay, my mistake there. I needed to use the pause timer. I was coming back for a second. Because you don't want to take the explosion. Damn. That's a shame. Okay. Okay. That should be good. I need to itch my nose. I do apologize. Oh. Whew. Inconvenient timing whilst I'm speedrunning, right? Just erroneous noses that we have on our person and our faces. God damn it. If only we didn't have news. Okay, good. We should be fine. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else major here I need to do, but I think it's more the case we just need to, you know, kick and explode, kick in the box. And yeah. Alright, cool. Ouch. Itchy nose again. Sorry, guys. Sorry that I'm itching my nose a lot. Like, it just picked up out of nowhere. Alright, so if I recall correctly, because that you can see that we just had that little checkpoint there because it closed off the way that we can traverse. Just fall down there. You get your checkpoint. Then... Oh my god, yeah. Okay. I had a lot of difficulties trying to figure out this bit, so hopefully I'll be able to show this off in one go. Trust me when I say I was stuck here for about an hour. I was stuck here for about an hour. So you want to kick upwards. Then pause the time. Kick. Run back. They all fall down because they don't know where your positioning was in the first place. Wait here for a second. Go. Then just like wait very closely here for a second. Wait for your time to respawn. Go now. And then that's it. That's it. First try, I am very happy about that. Like, very, very happy about that. I won't lie that, like, it caused me so much grief yesterday. But we did it. It's good. Ugh. Thank God for that. This actually might be a very good point for a toilet break, by the way. Just for those who may need a toilet break. I don't know, though. So I think, like, you might need to hold upwards at this point here. There's a straw I tried to drink by pulling upwards. I'm an idiot. I've done that once before. You think you would have learned from my lesson. Also, as we are going up, you can see that there's like a little like monster over to the left, and you can see like the beating eyes by it as well. I think that is like, you know, the beings that live in this platform that was mentioned earlier on in one of the logs. I might be wrong. Like I say, I don't know too much about the lore, but you can tell that, like, you know, whilst we have been traversing this whole way, that there is actually life on this planet. And what we thought might have been inhabited, nope. There's living, breathing beings here as well. So this is now, by the way, that last stage was called Vanguard. This is now cryostasis. So as you can imagine by the name of cryostasis, they try to introduce a lot of like ice, not really ice physics, but like, you know, kind of like freeze moments is the best way to say it. So again, I need to try to remember, but we've lost our metallic body, and now we're going to be trying to utilize this stuff here. So when an object touches the freeze beam, it then just locks it in place, basically. And from there, we need to be able to try to use that as either like a bridge or stairs. Something that will help us like as proper navigational points, really. I probably should use one more, actually. Yeah. And also, the music in the ice level is super gorgeous as well. Like, props to the music producers for this game. That's what happens if you don't swap in time. That's what happens if you don't swap in time. Amazing. Okay. That's actually going to give us a good amount of lift upwards to start, so that's fine. I think I pressed the wrong button anyway, so that makes sense why I stumbled at that point. I could just go up. Yeah, there we go. That's fine. Not over and done with yet. I do want to still use the beam to try to get us up to the next level. So I'm going to place this object just here to then grab the edge and upwards we go. Perfect. So then you can just, you know, do simple jump upwards. You don't need to move around. That's fine. Loads of bombs over here. So do be careful still. Again, not out of the woodworks yet. I think this is what we have to do from here. No. Maybe? No, I'm going to rip it for a second. I need to remember exactly what we got to do. Okay. Okay, I think we're just basically going to build like a big platform up from this point here. So that we can then get the right amount of like roll dash roll to get up to the next point. Yes, okay, cool. So we're good. Roll dash roll. Then upwards we go. Put this on top of here. Hopefully that stays stable. Looks pretty good. Alright, there we go then. Perfect. I thought it might have been something else that we had to do there, but no, it's just literally build up enough height to then to get to your destination. Okay, I think this is where gravitational pull comes back into play. Might be wrong. No, I am wrong. So I think some point there is still the freeze beam, and then you do get like the gravitational bits as well. Like it throws everything all into one successive go, basically. Swap. So painful at times. Like just when you think you're out of harm's way, just nudge. You're dead. That's it. God damn it. Ooh, that was a tidy jump there. Okay. Ooh, okay. Don't jump just yet, because there's going to be another platform that we need to kind of swap between. Those are a load of explosive barrels, so you need to jump over at the right time just to avoid the one that's on the other side. Or wait for it to go down so that you can use that, like, lift a little bit to go down. I can't remember if that's a bouncy or not. I genuinely can't remember if that's a bouncy or not, so... Whew. Okay, we'll find out. Okay, so it's not. Oh my god, how do I do this again? I've forgotten completely. Good. Good, I love it when it happens. I think we just have to swap. Ooh, you know what? That works. Almost works better than intended. So if it can't connect to a point, then it becomes, then it ceases. Easy peasy, really. Oh god, why did I do that? Okay, so let me talk about those ones there. So those are like, they're kind of like, you know, holding vessels. They're like a cup, basically. You can go inside of it, but like the other edges will still be like something that you can stand on. So the one that's got like the thickest black edge is the way that you can go into it. Now, the fun part about this is that they start to introduce portal-like aspects into the game. And it's just like, oh, excuse me? Like portal references? So, whoa, oh my god, like that was really good, by the way. Like I managed to avoid a lot of stuff there, but by doing that, we managed to get our checkpoints, which is fan-dabby-dozy. Almost. Okay, wait for it, and go. That should be it. Perfect, okay. yeah, so as you can imagine, like, you know, just go in one color, come out the other. I think it's like blue to orange. Forgive me if I forget. And that should be good. Lovely. Now we're just building our way back up again, and that's all you got to do from here. Like, it looks treacherous, but it's really not, honestly. I'm just adding some more extra blocks in so that I can make sure that we... Oh, God. Okay. Oh, boy. Maybe I shouldn't have done that one, actually. It's seemingly a little bit tougher to get up from. I might end up repositioning that, actually. Just a little bit. No, that's fine. Okay, then I can just probably jump up from here. Damn, okay. Right, let's do this again then. That should be just enough timing. Ah, bollocks, okay. Not me. Not me, man. Okay, okay. Swap. Wait for it. That should be good. Lovely stuff. Okay. Right, let's use this one here because this one's the most annoying. Ooh, nope. Okay. Thankfully, you can just avoid you know, the ice shots at the perfect time of swapping. So, you know, learning the best time to swap is a very paramount thing for the speedrun, honestly. Okay. And go. Oh. Nope. That's very annoying, actually. I won't lie. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Damn it. Okay. All right. Perfect. That's a nice little ledgeway. I love it. I love it. Then that should be good. Okay. Use one of these. Not good timing, but that might... Nope. Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's really making it harder now. Okay, that's really annoying. That's really aggravating, actually. Okay, that's what I'll do. We've got the fourth one all prevented now, so that's okay. Okay, there we go. All right, now, will I be able to make this is the next question. Yes, yes, and we're good. There we go. There probably is an easier way. Like, obviously, I'm doing like as close as I can towards the actual, you know, the laser points. There probably is an easier way to build stairs and stuff like that, but it's just me at the end of the day. That's what I do. Right. This took me a while to figure out. What you got to do is you got to place the block just here before you go down into it. It will then explode all those bits over there, and then you make your way through. Quite a lot of the time, it's like, why can I not like land somewhere without it exploding? There was that tiny little box just in the middle of nowhere. That was able to help us out. Okay, don't do that. Don't do that, Nico. It's fine. It's fine. So, careful does it from here. Do a big roll jump from over here. And I think yes, okay. So from this point here, when these explode, they like solidify and freeze all of the oncoming whatever these are. Because as you remember, like, you know, whenever you touch one of those things, it does like cause your properties to like, you know, to lose control. You kind of want to make it so that you can give yourself like a good little bridge without it actually, you know, affecting your body. So as you saw there, nice and easy. Only took me about like 3 or 4. So fantastic. And actually, that's the best I've ever done it. So I'm really happy I was able to show that one off. So thank goodness for that. From here, making our way down. I remember going over to the left and I was like, where the hell am I going? Like, this is the right direction that we need to go down. So it's all through this way here. This bit sucks. Okay, let me tell you what you got to try to do. So this is cycle based, but you can't just walk around. And what you need to do is you need to kind of like roll around it at like the perfect point to be able to get like through it. So kind of like around now-ish. There we go. And then you got to use that roll momentum to try to like have enough height to get onto the other one. You can't just jump over it. That's just not possible. So once again, around now. Jump onto that. That one's going to fall, and then you go onto the other side. So it really is about, like, you know, you using the rolls to your advantage, because it's not just as easy as a roll. Oh, so close. Okay, one more time. And we don't have the slow down time mechanic here. So normally we'll be able to slow down these little blades and then be able to get up to the ledge a lot easier. Right now, we really have to rely on our own skill set of real time. So this bit can be challenging, honestly. It can be really challenging. So I'm going to try it again, but reposition. There we go, and up we go. Now, get a little bit of extra height. Quick jump. Go up to here. Jump up, and up we go. Okay, there we go. Good, good, good. We made it. Thankfully, these ones are a little bit slower, so we can, like, delicately navigate through them, but there's so much risk because of how many of the little snow... I'm going to call them snow orbs. Yeah, snow orbs. How many of the snow orbs there are. It might even be worth, like, resetting at this point, because then it will kind of, like, start from scratch. But, again, that's to be decided later on what if resetting at certain points is probably necessary in the different areas. Oh my god, I was so close. Okay. So let's try that. Let's go really, really fast and see how many left, like, how many orbs there are at a point, because they only just start to spawn. Okay. Nicely done. That's perfect timing there. So from this point, this is where it also gets a little bit, like, treacherous. We need to be able to freeze these objects in place as these slow orbs are coming their way through, to then get the right leverage to get up onto those, you know, these bits here. So I'm going to try it just now. That should be enough, honestly. That should be good. So jump up. And we are good to go. Lovely. When I first did it, I think it took me about, like, 3 frozen objects to do it. So I'm glad I could get in 2 to showcase. Good. Okay, so it's always like a little bit just before, like, just after it has bounced down is the timing for that one, so you know when to go. More Mario wall jumping upwards, you know, you can just go, like, go left, right, and that should be the right manipulation for it. I think you want to go, oh, which way are we going from here? I think we're going left up here, so we kind of, like, do the kind of, like, you know, dashing away and, like, jumping away from it and dash into it, so we can get the right height upwards. I might be wrong. There we go. Lovely. Okay. No, I don't think it is. Okay, we're gonna just go down this way then. Yep, I was wrong completely. Yeah, I forgot about this. So, you want to try to be able to get your way upwards here by basically exploding all of the pipes with our trusty friend, the upper. There. Ooh. Okay. Oh, you know what? That's even better than I imagined. Okay, so we can just wall ride our way up. Perfect. Cool. Easy stuff. Genuinely, I did that a completely different way. Also, pro tip. Swap, do the swap mechanic there. And then unswap it here. Yes, I think that's what I needed to... I'm an idiot. Yeah, the reason for that is because you can tell that, like, it does that little bit of a rebound. If you do it when you're standing up, then you won't be able to kind of, like, make your way through this bit, basically. So good. Okay. Oh my god, I just lost my momentum of, like, trying to get the right height up. So, you know what, I can show you, actually, like, you know, what would happen. So if I did it standing up, Well, ignore me then. I was having a lot of issues with this bit, like, yesterday, so apparently that's how you do it. Okay. Go. I don't know about that one. Okay, you know what? That worked. Fine. That's all groovy with me. Okay. I thought that was going to be a little bit too far away for the roll bit, but surprisingly not. Okay, so we're going to try to use this as another middle platform. Ooh, that was extremely close. I think I should be able to use this one as well. Yes. Okay, so. Yeah, I f***ed myself, didn't I? Also, sorry for the swear. I'll bleep that. Set myself a chapter marker. Good, there we go. It's fine. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I remember what I need to do now. Okay, cool. So, from this point, I need to grab... Like, there's a very small ledge from these little blades here that I just need to grab onto. Making sure that you don't move around because you will lose your, like, your grip on it. And then you got it. Okay. Oh, come on. Literally had it there. And go. There we go. All right. Very finicky. Like, very, very finicky. So you want to try to grab it at least from a point that is a very, you know, you can't just grab it underneath and then just, like, hold your way all the way through. So you want to know exactly when you need to start grabbing for that. Okay. From this point here, I think we got to try to make another bridge sort of stuff. So let's see what I can do. So I lost because of how much distance I was away. Come on, man. That's so annoying. Okay. One more time. I hope this is correct because I can't... Go. Okay, so that's good. Now, I'm assuming these ones also will do the same. No. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Wait a second. Yeah, okay, so you don't need that little thingamajiggy. You just got to try to, like, delicately, once again, thread the needle for that one bounceable platform to get yourself over to the other side. But it's another tricky one here because the timing is very important. There we go. And I'm just going to dash my way up. We don't need to worry about anything else. As long as you can get there, then you're golden. Good. Okay, so that should be cryostasis. So we'll be next on to rendezvous. And I think we're coming up very close towards like the last four-ish, I think. So I might have been wrong. Earlier on when I thought like we had so many levels. Again, I have not been counting. So I've been kind of guessing and assuming. So, you know what? I could quickly check actually. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to go. Okay. So, just to give you a bit of an insight, like, you know, even with the amount of deaths right now, we've still had like a very reasonable about like 2:16, like 2 hours 16 of in-game time, about 2 hours 44 of real-time attack. So, so you can understand as well, like the bottom time, I should have mentioned this earlier on, the bottom time is like, you know, from the point you started to the point you end, no interruptions, nothing else, like that is the real time that this run had been recorded by. The top time, which is what we mostly use as a kind of like a true competitive nature, is the in-game time or the load remove time. In this case, it would be in-game time because it's accurately matching what the game provides as a you know, in-game time basically. Yeah. So this is what we will use as a reliance for the speedrun boards and how we'll be able to compete like for first place, second place, third place, and all that stuff as well. Right. So this person over here, I haven't had a chance to read what is going on here, but we do get some new abilities for this one here. I think we do get our, I say new abilities, but I think we get our slow down speed back, which is called the chrono lag. Yeah, so now we have this as like a permanent fixture instead of like just randomly getting it per se. So because all the different things of this world gave us like different abilities. Good. So now they were able to basically recreate it, and so we have it now as like that permanent fixture. Okay, so put this here, then pause the time so that we can just jump onto it safely and then make our way forwards. Lovely. And then get onto it, unpause there. Once again, do the same here. Jump onto this and then unpause. And try to... Oh, okay. Wonder what that was. Oh, I see, because it unlatched. Okay, it got out of its circle. That's the first time that's happened, actually. That's kind of interesting. So you will need to be very particular about where we actually unpause from that point. Okay, so that is a very clever one there, but we needed to be cautious as we grab onto that side and fall down. And we just... Oh, we almost made that first try. Damn, that was so close. Like, so damn close. Okay. All right, here we go. We want to use the falling down. Pause. Jumping across and jumping across that one. And then we good. There we go. So second try. Not the worst, but you saw how, like... You have to again. This this whole section is really about timing your pauses. Like whilst it gives you that chrono lag glasses and stuff like that, the timing is crucial. Like so damn crucial. So this is going to be one of those skills that you do need to perfect and master over time. So I would say, like, if you are looking into speedrunning this, focus on the pausing sections. I think we just got like a nice little save point there, so I will take that. Here comes some more Portal-esque moments, so thank goodness for that, because I love Portal. And then jump across, jump down. This bit confuses me, actually, so let's see how I can do this. There we go. Somehow, I think it's like, you know, when you are in your state of unpaused, is when you properly go through the portal fluids. So in that interim, you want to kind of like line yourself up so you can get the perfect, you know, the perfect lift up, essentially. Does that make sense? I don't know either. Right. I think we just got to go down here. Yeah, I was thinking that we needed to grab the, you know, to kind of help position ourselves a little bit, but doesn't seem to be the case. Right, we need to go up and around these spikes here, whilst also pausing and unfreezing. Do you want to let me out? Okay, whatever. Wasn't exactly what I was intending, but you know, that's fine. I got stuck in a glass case of emotions there. That's fine. Nice Anchorman reference. Yeah, nice Anchorman reference. Okay, so with that one here, you can avoid fall damage a little bit, but still make sure you're not falling too fast. And now we've been coming up into like this, it's almost like a robot graveyard, but it almost might be a construction area of the robots, because you can see, like, you know, that we're landing on their hands, and like, you know, you can see the bodies of like what they would be looking like and stuff. Okay, so we want to fall down and try to get into that. Good. That was very close. Okay. From this point here, I think we need to grab this. No. Oh, yeah. I know what I need to do. I need to pause at that point so we've got a little bit of leverage. Let's try that again. Ugh. I just don't make my way through it. So we depleted our timer there, so we're going to try that again. Nope. You know what, actually, that might not be the worst idea. If we unpause it and try to rotate it. Well, it didn't quite work, but, you know, being able to rotate it would give us a bit more of a freer stance would have been able to... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so let's try this now. So now pause. You know what? That works out much nicer. Yeah, I'll do that in future. Good, 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 good. All right, and through here. I'm trying to figure that's the next level, but I'm not sure. That should be rendezvous. Yep, that was rendezvous. So now we're on to the last, like, however many there was, like 5, I think it is. So now we're into superposition. This is where I started practicing from today, because whilst I do know relatively like the latter first half of the game, the second half, like, there is a lot more new mechanics that like it really tries to throw at you, and it becomes very challenging. As I mentioned earlier on, it kind of like does the big onslaught where it puts everything all in one place, and it's you know, again, it's just very tough. Okay, so we've got to be careful here. Now, as mentioned, gravity does return in towards like the frozen areas. So we are now at that stance point. Thankfully, the checkpoint is directly just before it. But even if you're rolling, you still need to be careful, as you saw. Grab this chain that's very, very hidden just underneath it. It'll freeze, mean that we can walk over it without dying. Thanks, Nico. You're welcome, Nico. Okay. There we go. Wonderful. Now we won't freeze and die. Everything's fine. Good. Going all the way around the big orb, and yes, there's going to be a point here where we're going to need to fall, but we need to pause the timing a little bit so that we can delicately fall down. So it's going to be this one here. We're going to go falling. Pause right now, and then just jump off and make your way easy peasy over to the right. There was obviously the chance that you could... oh, yes. Okay, 1 second. Hang here for a second. Jump into the fluids, and then avoid that. Oh, my God. It's like, no, I made it. First try. First try. So, I was supposed to be looking at my guides for that one because I had completely forgotten how to do that. So, the matter of fact, I last second remembered, I am very thrilled about. So, where we need to go from here is we need to go through once. Okay. Okay, get through. It's this little orange one that's just here. Then, once you got through that, so you're going to go around, go through the orange side again. That brings you over to the other side. Go through this little bit here. There we go. That should be... Ah. There probably is like an easier way to do this bit because there is actually something that you can pull there. So I'm going to try it just for the giggles, basically. That's what you're supposed to do. That's not what you're supposed to do. I was making it much harder for myself, so I'm glad that like this is now a much more convenient setup. I got crushed. Can't believe it. Can't believe I've done this. There we go. Down we go. Then hang to the left so that you avoid the fall damage. There we go. Okay, okay. God damn it, man. Same again. We're going to try to avoid the fall damage. Aim into this. Oh, so close. Aiming into the little portal there. Just narrowly avoiding the onslaught of that tractor beam, I would call it. Really? That should be a checkpoint. That really? No checkpoint. Okay, then. Well, down we fall again, then. Just making sure that you don't take the damage. Okay, there we go. Well, that was aggravating. Oh, this game. I swear. Well, I'm going to blame my abilities rather than anything. Oh, my God. I thought we were going to fall onto the things there. Yeah, so... It's easy to do a little bit. There's a big sort of like a rope that you run across there, but thankfully I didn't have to worry. Now, if I recall for this bit, I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna set myself up. Okay, so we're gonna grab this, kind of throw it into the middle there, then do a big dash jump over to here, and then just try to like, you know, dash at that point, if that makes sense. Obviously, I did fail a little bit. I'm not getting my dodge rolls down really well, so... There we go, that's how you're supposed to do it. Well, the convenient method is say the least. I was struggling a lot with this in practice as well, so don't worry. This is a treacherous area to say. I struggle. Okay, good. Okay, come on. And there we go, lovely. And from here, we just need to like stay stationary during these bits so that we can then jump over. Don't leap too quickly because there is the easy risk that you could just like, you know, accidentally touch one of the, you know, the ice pieces and then, you know, that's rip basically. Okay, getting onto the second platform. Try to keep up on the top. Jump onto these little dangly-doos. I'm going to call them dangly-doo. There's one more sort of like floaty platform that's coming over to the right. We can jump onto that. Get on top of it as well so that we can make our way over to here. Then it's over towards the left from here. Ignoring anything over the right on the inside of that bit. Just keep on jumping over. Going into the portal underneath. Jumping through. More like ledges to latch onto them to the side. Then... yes, okay. Make sure you stay on this platform temporarily. You don't need to go over to the left. You don't need to worry about that. Just make sure you land on this platform here just for like checkpoints and safety because it's going to get more treacherous very, very soon. So, I should be able to do this without like that big block there actually. So, you want to kind of do a big portal move here where you want to try to like build up momentum. So, if you've never played Portal, what you got to try to do is jump through these, you know, the blue and orange portals a few times so that you'll just get the biggest amount of boosts. So, one more time. And there we go. So, what I can do is I can put this here. And I think that genuinely should be enough. Yeah, there we go. Normally, it wants to get you that, like, you want to get that big, like, box at the bottom. But you can just, like, very sneakily avoid it, basically. So, oh, that was close. Yeah, you can grab onto the bottom of the ledge there, and that'll be enough to pull you up. So, that's fine. And up we go. I'm going to grab this one here. Actually, no, I won't need it. Okay. That's fine. Yes, okay, the chain here. I almost forgot. Okay, put that there. Then we can walk on the platform and get ourselves onto the ledge. Oh. Thank you very much. Good. All right, so. Oh my god, yeah, this bit. Okay, so I don't know the strat for this section here, but that was a nice little way to pause this. So what I'm going to do is not that. I'm going to try my hardest to just lip, like, you know, hit the nip of that ledge just beside this box here. And that will slow me down enough that when I go through it, that will just, you know, that'll give me no major succession of speed. It's a very hard strat to pull off, but I'm going to see if I can do it. No. Okay, I was able to do it a few times, which is why I want to try to show it off, if that makes sense. I'll give it a few more tries, otherwise I'm going to try to figure out something else, like... I have an idea. If I dash into the box last minute, that might just give it to me. So, one more time. That's it, that's it. There we go. Okay, so, that, I'm going to say, is a speedrunner strat. It is quite hard to pull off, but I feel like that is going to be the most convenient method that we can all do as speedrunners. Now, this bit sucks. This bit sucks. This bit sucks. I'm just going to try to go for it. Oh, let's go. Okay, so right there, you need to have enough downward momentum to be able to get out of the, you know, out of the top one aiming that way at just like the perfect moment. It is not easy. I will tell you that for free. Trust me. I was stuck there for so long. If you get it, you get it. You're a baller. But outside of that... Okay. Well then. That's a new one for me, honestly. Okay, so the reason why I want to do that is that these ones over here, they now have like reversing properties. Oh, I just lost it. I'm gonna retry. They have reversing properties that, like, once you lodge it out of the way, then you can teleport all the way up to the top. Very convenient. Very, very convenient. So here we go. We can unswap now. And we can head over towards this way. Perfect. Excuse me. Ooh, just made it. Now, I think you can just, like, dash jump all the way up here. No, no, no. Okay. Use that to get you up there. Perfect. Now, I mentioned about, like, different flying objects having different properties and stuff like that. So, the one that we met very, very earlier on where we could actually control the direction it's going. This one, not so much. So, you have to be very cautious about where you are positioned so that you don't get hit by the laser beams as you're going up. So, as you can see here, I'm going to aim. Oh, my God. I was going to try and aim a little bit over to the right there, but just didn't make it. So, you can slow down time a little bit just to kind of help you out, but you don't really need it. So, you just got to try to pay attention to where you are and, like, you know, where the next kind of, like, position of the laser beam is going to be oncoming, basically. Okay, here we go. There we go. Very nice. Awesome. Not out of the woodworks yet. Okay. Here comes another one. Oh! Okay, so what I'm going to do from here is I'm going to jump off, let it go through a little bit more, then I press L and dash. Okay. No! That might actually not count it. Oh, it did. Oh, what a checkpoint. Thank you. Pause from here. Die. Don't actually die, but still. You want to try to use the timing of the laser to jump across over to here whilst it's still in this kind of this pause state. This little bit has its own internal gravity, so you can just make your way through. Jumping over towards this one, and that should be the end of the level there. It gets very tough, as you can tell. Like, very, very, very tough. Alright. So, we're on to magnetic. So, the next few ones are going to be just challenging. If I'm trying to remember what magnetic is. I think polarity is the one where I will have to do more focusing on it because it really ups the ante. And I won't lie, I was up till about 3 a.m. this morning trying to, like, figure out how to beat the game. I always do that. I always do that. Pause. Pause. Swap. Pause. Sorry, itchy nose. There we go. Okay, unpause. Quick itchy nose. Then unpause. Ow. Oh, come on. Really? No checkpoint? Okay. Pause, unpause, pause, unpause. Get through again. I'm getting crushed in all of the places I've never been crushed before. Really, man? Really? Alright, let's do this then. Okay, so now we're going to unpause this one, get up to the top, and now we're going to go on the outside. It took me a while to figure out that you had to go on the outside. So, again, careful navigation all the way through. Really kind of look at the stage, because the stage might not tell you everything initially. You have to figure it out for yourself, essentially. Oh my god, why did I do that? Why did I do that? I panic swapped. I can't believe that. Alright then. Let's fall down together again as friends. Let's go. This one here, down we go. Everything's fine. That's enough speed, not too fast, don't want to die. Fall damage sucks. Told you fall damage sucks. Really does suck, but thankfully he's given us another, like, checkpoint position so that we can quickly pick up the pieces. So thank you, video game. Love you. Okay, down we go. Yeah, I assumed that was going to be full damage. I didn't really touch the edge of it, you know what I mean? Okay, okay, so from here, I'm just going to go down to this one here. That might be enough. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Well, at least there's a lot of time to beat for this this run here. So, honestly, it's going to be very exciting to see the run evolve and, like, see people getting very, very good at the game. So, Like, I'm probably going to be doing more attempts once embargo has lifted. And, do better. Okay, so this one, if you fail it in an instance, it is a, like, you know, you lose so much time. And let me show you why. The whole point up and towards, like, you know, trying to, you know, bring this little, like, you know, electric box all the way around to the other side, you can, you have to redo the whole process, which means that once you've swapped, you've then got to do another, like, redo of going back around here. So you got to go back through the portal, go all the way around. Now, imagine if you fail it, so you got to do that all again. Talking from experience here. Oh, God, okay. See, I almost failed it there, for example. So, yeah, don't do what Nico did. Sorry. But try to do what I'm doing now because, you know, I'm showing you how to do it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, so we managed to get through. If you get electrocuted now, you have to do everything again. But that's just met where we need to be. So that's actually not bad. Huh. Oh my god. I was worried about that. It wasn't really like sending enough power to do what it needed to do, so there we go. Don't do what Nico do. Yeah, prove the point. Oh, for God's sake. All right, let's do it again then. So this time we'll show you how to properly do it, okay? You know, the true British way of performing a speed run. I don't know what that is. Weirdest thing I've said all day, but not the weirdest thing I've ever said anyway. So around we go. Let's gonna put it in its actual position. There we go. So now that should be properly electrocuting, well, like electrifying and powering this whole bit here. If I'm doing this correctly. God, I'm trying to remember if this is actually what I need to do. Okay, up and around we go. And then we want to press the button again because he did hear it turn on. Yeah, see? It was just the weirdest position, that's all. So now we got all the objects starting to come in. Oh, no. Please don't say I have to do it all again. This is exactly like in my practice. Oh no, not again. So, this is what I mean. A big time loss can happen here if you manage to fail. Oh, that's aggravating. That is aggravating. All right. Okay, let's just go for it. You know what? Let's not fret about it. Let's just do it. Swap. Onwards we go. Itchy mustache. Okay. Go use this one. Leverage up. Dash across. Jump up for my love. Jump in! Feel my touch. Jump in. Anyway. So you want to wait a little bit before you start jumping across. That's fine. And go. A little bit more. Pause. Okay. Now from here, big dash jump. And across we go. There we go. We did it. Oh my god, that was so much time lost. Now this bit sucks, by the way. Here we go. Pause time. Because you want to avoid that laser there. You want to avoid that laser there. You want to do that all in one fell swoop. Just to avoid that oncoming laser. It sucks, but it's achievable. But my god, can it be like super stressful, that one. Ow. So was that. Okay. Alright, down we go again. So we can make this bit. This bit's like really chill actually. So this bit's really not hard to pull off. So you want to let your time recover. Wait for it to appear outside of where you are. So around like now, for example. Pause again when you get to the very bottom one and you can just squeeze through on the opposite side of the laser. Austin Powers reference. Same again, this time, but just with vertical. So we're going to jump up across it. You can hit the sides, But as long as you're kind of like outside the blast radius, because as you saw there, it's very quick to be able to blast. But if you hang like around there, for example, then you won't feel the wrath of the blast, and you can get wiped by scot-free, basically. Okay, good. So we've hit that, so we want to hang around here. Lovely. And that's... Oh, you know what? I'm going to go back onto it, actually. Ow. Sorry, where am I? Okay, I was inside of the vessel there for a second. That was weird. Okay, there's the apex point. Okay, there we go. Yeah, because I needed to get on top of this here, because we got some new stuff going on here. Big jump across. There we go. Sometimes the big jumps like really do throw you off, because you're not sure if you're ever going to be able to make it. Okay, so... Yes, okay, so I need to grab onto this little platform here. Grab onto this side here. We got some fans coming along the way, which we will need to start using the pause timer for occasionally, but not always. Just to get us on this platform here. Now, these little floating boxes can make us lose control, so being able to pause, to be able to dodge around them is kind of paramount. God, I've got really bad itchy nose. I do apologize. I must have a mustache hair in my nose. All right. Just trying to remember exactly where we need to go from this point. So, sorry. I think we could probably try to go... No, I'm going to go... Here, okay. I didn't know... Oh, okay, okay. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Yeah, fine. Cool. Like, I wasn't intending that at all, but you know what? That's fine. Alright. This is no problem for the meantime, then. Alright, jumping up and around. Oh no, I've forgotten what we need to do for this bit. Even though like I literally did this before I started recording today, I've completely forgotten. So here we go then. Let's figure what we gotta do out. I'm sure I'll be able to do this. Okay. Good. Oh yeah, this little thing. Okay. So just to avoid having to get stuck in this little ledge here, what I'm going to suggest is you do a roll from here and then up here. Trust me, if you're inside of there and you try to, you know, you try to get up on top, it's really annoying. Like, really, really annoying. Here, you can just go forwards. You don't need to worry about that laser too much. But what that laser does, I believe, is that it kind of, like, makes you a bit more weighted. So that, like, you can't really jump as easy. You can't do much navigation. Okay. For some reason, I thought I could jump onto that. Sure. Okay. We are going to have to use our pausing here for a second. Ow. That was stupid. I'm just going to get through here now. Kind of prepped and ready. So that we can get onto the water. Whoa! How did I do that? Alright. Whatever. That was fine. That was more than fine. I would take that rewinding back. Excuse me. That was impressive. Partially. I was wondering why the pause wasn't going down there for a while. Okay. Weird. Yeah, the chrono lag was going a little bit weird there. I'm not sure why. I think it had something to do with yeah, it is this. Nice. Get to the water. Jump down from the water. Get to this platform. There we go. Very, very nice. Same again with the water. Just do the normal things. Pause a little. Well, try to get the lag as close as you can towards this, but make sure there's enough jump so that you can obviously avoid being dragged into this this little laser beam. Ooh. So death-defying is amazing, man. It makes you feel like really, really good when you get this going. Okay, so I'm gonna hang to the right here. It's gonna fall down. I was meant to jump to the right, but you know what? That's fine. That's fine. I think you can just leave to the right a little bit, but it's better to be able to know exactly where you are going so that you don't get hit by the, you know, the icy liquid as much as possible, but you can just do that. There you go. Avoiding it completely and making your way through. That is probably going to be the best speedrun strat to do, so... Alright. Now we come to the annoying part of the run, so... Oh, yeah, I just missed that. I just missed that window there, so... As you can tell, you want to try to do it to a point where you can... like, you know, you can just fly through the gap of all of these little bouncy balls. Like that. There we go. Okay. Damn, without being squished on the other end. Exactly. Okay. Okay. Ooh, there's got to be an easier way to do that one, surely. There's got to be an easier one. Oh! Extremely close. Extremely close. Okay, go. Now, there it is. Very, very nice. Whoop, there it is. Wait. Okay, all you need to do for this one is put the box here. You don't need to worry about the magnetizing. You just do one big roll up, and that's enough. That's literally enough to get through. Like, it's very tight, that window there for the jump roll and everything. So make sure that you practice your jump rolls a lot so that you can nail that one there. Okay, this one here is quite annoying as well, but I'm going to try a method that I think works, which is basically just holding onto this for a second. Which kind of nudges this block out of place a bit. As you can see. Then I'm gonna... Yeah, I need to refigure out how to do this one. I need to figure out the best strats. Not that. Okay, so I'm gonna pause here. Grab onto the ledge. Let it do its thing for a moment. Alright, whatever. From here then, let's do it. Okay. Okay. That's good. Potentially. Yeah, see, like, it just gives you a bit of a straight and narrow, really. So, it's very interesting for its positional, is all I'll say. It's not always accurate, but if it works, it works, right? That's a strategy that I have been able to figure out. Don't mind me. Okay. Down. There it is. Oh, I was so close. So, once you've done that, you want to bring the box over to here. Then, kind of pause and unpause so you can get the best position of the box as it's joined the magnetized rails, and then you'll be good to go. You want to be careful here. You want to avoid those like wires because the whole wire is electrocuted. So you want to jump, not then, but kind of get inside of it so that you then get enough momentum to jump out. So around here-ish. Unpause again. Ooh, that just wasn't good enough because of the way that the wires were acting up. Okay, so... Right, bear with me on this one. Okay, down we go. Whoa! Wait. Huh? Wait a second. That could be... Did I just find a new... Wait a second. Speedrunning. Let's go. Let's get... Hello. Because I wonder if I could just avoid this whole next section by doing that, because that would be really nice as a speedrun, because this next section is also annoying. Yeah, like this seems like something that we should be able to go. Okay. So I just need to be very... No, it seems like it's an automatic kill plane, so I can't. Okay. I'm curious to try that at some point. Obviously, like, for the major case of like of the speedrunning side of it, like, you know, if we can utilize that, then this next section that we will be doing, we could potentially avoid, which is, again, kind of cool that I am finding those little bits here and there. Oh, so close. Okay. All right. One more time. Let's go. Let's go. Losing my touch a little bit. It is a long run, I won't lie. Obviously, practice does make perfect, but we will see how well we can do for this run soon. There we go. Okay, good. Right, so this is a section that we would love to avoid, because this could be another run ender sort of section. So here we go. Is that we want to try to get all the way to the bottom. As soon as we get to the bottom... Oh, that was close. All of these boxes are then going to start to just come through. And you can see that it starts to, like... You know, the first one that comes down... Sorry, I'm thinking what I'm trying to say. The first one that comes down freezes. But then all the other ones start to, like, you know, follow through. Huh, that's annoying. Well, that's the problem. That's the problem, is that you get so cramped up that you really can't, like, you know, make your way out, or you get stuck or something like that. So being able to find a positioning for that one is a bit of a toughie. I've been able to get at one point where, like, you know, everything just collides and it's all done. Hold a second. Maybe we get this little one here. Okay. That works. Okay, cool. I'll just do that then. That's perfect. But again, it's RNG for, like, you know, what blocks fall what certain ways. So you can't predict it, and you really got to try to, like, you know, work against what the game gives you. So again, if we can avoid that by going over the top, as we just kind of figured out there, I wouldn't say no. I would not say no. Ooh! How did I not get crushed? Okay, then. Cool. Normally, that would have been a crush point. Ow. But that's fine. Okay, that wasn't a checkpoint. Okay, so shame on that front. You don't want to build up too much speed, otherwise, again, it is like the kill plane. That's the crush. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got to show both sides of it. Okay, no problem. Okay, good. Come down. Wait for a second. Lose a bit of momentum as we fall down, and then we're good. Okay. Now, this one caught me off guard. Oh, please don't say I have to do it all again. No. Okay, thankfully we start on this. You want to touch this just to get your checkpoint, but this one caught me really off guard because, like, I think it's like no matter how far your distance is away, it will just drag you to it, like, absolutely fine. But I do want to test that theory. Maybe when I actually start swapping it first and foremost. Okay. All right, here we go again then. Yeah, so you can go any far distance and that will be, like, spot on. So here we go. So I might actually start utilizing, like, my knowledge of the whole way. Okay, so we want to go around here. Oh, so the actual path that we end up taking towards it is still viable for, you know, getting hurt upon. So still be careful for your routing here, basically. Got it. I'm learning new things all the time through this run. So honestly, it's kind of needed because there is still a lot to figure out for this run, as I'm sure you lot can imagine. So, like, it'll be like the perfect run eventually anyway, but for the meantime, it's still pretty good. So, from here, I'm going to jump over. Going to get that orb inside of the laser beam so that we can then jump out of the radius of the gravitational pull. And then we can make our way. Easy peasy. I think this is the right way. Yes. Okay, so I think we're coming up towards the end of the stage. No. Oh, yeah, we need to slow down here. I keep on forgetting that we have our chrono glasses at some time. Oh, sorry, chrono lag, even. There we go. Good. And a touchdown safely. Now we want to go onto this little earth here. Jump down. Latch onto this earth. Unpause. Really? That was so mean. Please say I got a checkpoint. No, I didn't get a checkpoint. Damn it. Okay, whatever. I just took enough fall damage that it was able to hurt me. Okay, good. Alright, there we go. Unpause. Nope, I can't. You can't unpause and repause quickly for this one. It's just too fast of nature for the fans, so... Ow. Damn it. Okay. Right, come on, focus, Nico. Just wondering if I can go down here, maybe, but not as much because the risk of the getting frozen to the left, to the right is a bit more... Yeah, let's see, it's a bit more prominent. I just stopped that whole fan there with my own dead body. Nice. Okay. Just touch the edges. That'll work out. Okay, good. Unpause. Really, game? Really? 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 Ah. God damn it. Okay. Okay, so as a good advice, hang about here. There we go. Okay, that's 30 seconds. Good. Yeah. So what we want to do here is we want to try to traverse up those... oh, come on, really? Up that oil slick and turn off everything from that point. Wow. Wow, seriously. What is that? What's my luck today? Okay, come on, come on. Okay, unpause. Down we go. Or not. Just wait for a second because he didn't even jump. Go. Okay. What is happening right now? Like, I was able to get this, like, you know, like, after a couple of tries, like, initially. I'm just suffering here. What? I didn't even get any grabs across onto the gravitational earth there. All right, then. All right, here we go, then. Okay, down we go. Good. Land on this. Get everything together. Good. Okay. Unpause now. Oh. I unpaused. Oh my god, I was so close. Okay. Okay, good. No. Oh, we'll get through this bit. We'll get through it. Okay. And down we go. A little bit full. Oh, there we go. Okay, wait for a replenishment of our chrono lag. No! I just needed one more jump. I risked it for the chocolate biscuit, man. Ow! God's sake. Okay. Go. Ooh, a bit risky. Okay, that's fine. Replenish. Good. Now we can go. Up we jump. There we go. There we go. Oh my god, we finally did it. And we think we'll get our next checkpoints in a second, like now. That's the end of the level. That is a very, like, you know, it's all about the timing. It's all about your positioning. All about knowing where you are, like, in the gravitational pull. But my god, man. It's so fun. So challenging. All right, so... should it have split? I will look into that. I feel like it should have split. Which I don't think it did, so... I'm gonna do a split just in case for magnetic. We'll keep an eye on that. It might not even be this one. It might be the next one. Yeah. So it should have split for magnetic. So I am going to look into that soon as to why. It's a good job I'm doing this speedrun right now to check. So that's good. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, really weird why I didn't split there. Oh, I need to look at the... I wish I had my logs up. Ah, well. Okay, for the meantime, it might just be like, is a different scene name or something that I just need to fix up, so... No massive, like, issue for the meantime, but it's something that I will have to do after the speedrun, more than likely, just to double check to see what is kind of, like, occurring for this, the splitting measure. I need to get some more water. Careful here. There we go. There's like that catch-22 of a laser beam that just gets you at that point, and it's just like, just when you least expect it, you fall down, and it's like, ah, well, how was I supposed to know, right? Damn, okay. But we are getting very close to the end. Our last 3 levels. And they can go by quickly. Right. I need to get the timing of that down perfectly. Okay. So here we go. Fantastic. Get onto this platform. Oh, that should be a checkpoint. Come on. No, it wasn't a checkpoint. Damn. Okay. But it's easy enough to get back to that point. It's just slightly inconvenient. You know, the inconvenience of queuing, for example. Okay. I'm pause even. There we go. That's the checkpoint. Okay, good. Okay, replenish our chrono lag. Too high. There we go. And there we go. We can hit the side here. Let go of chrono lag. And we're Gucci. Okay. Whew. This has been a real challenge, honestly. Okay, hit that side just so you can stop the fall damage. And then we're good. And downwards. Righto. This bit here is a pain and a half. So I'm going to show you how it's done. And I'm hoping I can get this first try because it is annoying. You want to go to this little thing here, which is going to disable all of the like electrical robots that are around the way, but not always. For example, you can still see this one here. It still has this electrical beam. So you want to try to get like the perfect jump up from here over to the middle edge. So like this. Okay. From here, you want to be very careful again. I'm gonna... Oh. I was hoping I could get by that, but no. So obviously, once you reset, you have to do the whole process again. So you want to get over to this. You want to hit this thing. Hope that everything kind of leaves. So that was nice that that little ice thing got rid of it, please. Okay, cool. We're good. So now I'm going to do another dash jump. I messed it up. So let's try one more time. Oh, come on. Oh, I almost failed again. Okay. There it is. Not. There it is not. Like, this one is really painful, but we got it. Okay, cool. So what I'll do from here is I'll wait for this to go around. And then all I got to try to do is jump up into this third one, jump over it, and then we're good to go. Trust me when I say that looks easy, it is not. I struggled a lot during, like, you know, my first playthrough, trying to understand, like, just how I can get around it. But obviously, I've shown you the ropes. I hope that it becomes a little bit more sensible for, you know, how it's meant to be pulled off. But oh, I'm just happy I got that, like, second or third try. So thank goodness for that. Now, for this little bit here, fall off and then dash across. Like that, just so you're avoiding the lasers completely. Excuse me. I'm starting to get hungry now, so like perfect time for food soon after I finish this run, so that'll be good. We're gonna get this swap because we want to move it about here because this laser beam causes us to be super heavy, so we need something to kind of like protect us before we can even go into that stuff. We do have a little bounce pad, but it's not strong enough, so hit that laser there. Sends us over this way, and then we can make our way forwards a little bit more. There's enough volition from that even though the power of that laser is enough to kind of like force us down, as you can see like that, it makes us heavy, makes us unable to jump, we still have that big amount of jump. From here, we basically got to stack our own little stairway, or like little platform to try to get across. That, ooh, okay. Risky business. There we go. Then we're going to jump across one more time. And go. Okay. And then I'm going to pause pretty soon afterwards. Oh, shame. Okay. I know there's a fast strategy you can do here, so I wonder if I could try it out. So let's have a look, see. Mayhaps, actually. Hold on. I want to try something cool. I want to see if this works. Oh, I think that's what I can do, though, as to, like, you know, just to speed it up, is I basically get my chrono lag on. That works. Yeah, that works. Speedy enough. You just got to make sure that you don't die from, you know, from intensive velocity of your body hitting the wall. But aside from that, that looks like it works pretty good. So, potential speed strat incoming. Love it. Oh, boy, I've already forgotten this. Yes, okay. So, this can be very painful. You've got very sparse bounce pads. You got to try to hit all of them to get to the other side. But then once you hit that fourth one, then you've got to hit, like, you know, you got to navigate yourself over a lot of ice, and that can be very tricky. So here we go. Good. Dash a little bit. I threaded the needle there. What are you chatting about? I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I've done this. Wow. Okay. Well then. I was trying to be close there, but no. All right, come on. Okay, good. And down. That's not gonna work, is it? Okay, it's gonna work. How do I thread the needle 2 times in a row? Seriously, how do I do this? I should buy a lottery ticket for just how perfectly I was able to thread the needle. God damn it. Okay. All right, one more time. This will be the one. I hope it is the one. Go. No, that's what I was talking about. Like, sometimes the jump around just isn't enough. So you can see, like, you need to be very careful for this section here. Oh my God. I haven't struggled this much in a while, so I'm hoping. Okay. Good. All right. Finally. Here we go. No! You're kidding me, man. Come on. Seriously. Come on. Like. All right. Breathe. Do this. Across and go. That was a really nice bounce. Okay, we're not threading the needle this time. Good. And bounce up. Hey! God's sake, man. Oh, it's not overdone with yet. It's being a bit weird. It's grabbing a weird ledge. Okay. And we're out of there. Oh. Okay, we're good. Okay, now this bit is painful because you got to try to get the right kind of position of where everything is to give you a platform up. But you see how fast everything moves. Makes it just a little bit tougher alongside with these little ice bombs here. But that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's actually the best way I've done it. So that's the most convenient way of you being able to pull that off. There we go. Lovely stuff. Yes, I think we have to go around this way. Okay. So I'm going to try to jump over to the right side. Try to just use the ledge to jump up a little bit. Then it's a roll dash roll. Across. Get onto the little gravitational pull of this orb here. Then don't go into the middle because that's a bomb. We're going to jump. Dash. Like, you know, try to like really pace it out a little bit. What are you doing? Really? Ay. Okay, let's do that again then. Oh. Okay. Come on. Up. Dash. Jump into there for some reason, okay. Then hug just underneath this one here. And fall down to the side. And now we kind of see, like, the robots are starting to, like, they're actually alive. Or they've kind of, like, they're animated to some degree, which is really interesting. So, whilst this one looks like it's all safe, there is still the risk of death there. So make sure you hang on the left just to kind of avoid that. And, alright, from here on out, we... Obviously, like, we realize, okay, so this place really is inhabited. There's, like, still the production of robots, or, like, the robots are kind of nearly are ready to be dispatched or something. So, it's not looking too great. So, this is where the fun part begins. Welcome to gravity shifting. This is where the fun things happens, and I knew I needed to say something about that. What did the Looney Tunes just happen here? Okay, so there we go. What in the Looney Tunes just happened here? Are you kidding me? I can't believe that little one just beside it was all that it needed. Really, really. Okay, then. Okay. Right. I do need to swap this one because otherwise I will get hurt. But yeah, when you hit those little switches, thingamajiggies, whatever they are, those cause the gravity shifting. Now, you do need to be careful when you do it as well because of the case of the little threads, you can see how close enough they get to you. And that is the point of, like, you know, you need to be very cautious. So make sure when you are swapping, or like when you're shifting gravities, you know exactly where you're going to fall. So for that last one I did, I kind of like aimed a little bit to the left so that I could avoid the thread basically. And that was all that I needed to do in that circumstance. Okay, so from here, I'm going to hit this button here. Good. Careful, because those threads could still come the way. Okay. That happened. Where do we need to go? Okay, I think I just need to... Yeah, I just need to go around this way. And then from here, I hit this little switch. And fall. Okay. And then I think I don't need to touch anything, and it just does automatically... Okay. Good. Okay. So that's one way of doing it. Then you can go through the middle of that. Kind of hug the sides a little bit so that you don't take any damage as you're falling down. Oh. Ow. That's annoying. Okay, but like I say, thankfully the checkpoint is that you start from this the descent downwards. So, gonna dash over to... What? Did it treat it as like a solid surface that, like, instead of like hugging the sides, it just... Yeah, basically. Okay. Alright, come on, come on, come on. I did find with this before. Okay, slow down, slow down. Okay. Good. And across to the side, then across to the side. Then I hit this one here. There we go. That's what I needed to do. And I should just be able to thread myself through there. Perfect. Okay. One more time. Roll, jump, roll. And I will need to use this little platform here in order to make a little bridge. And we're going to use this section here as the... No. How did I survive that? I keep on doing that by accident. Seriously. Roll, jump, roll. My God, Nico. You are getting too hands-on with the keyboard and you're making too many silly mistakes. It's fine. Again, first run jitters. Always happens. Oh, yes. I remember this bit now. So, you got some more, like, portals coming up here, but don't just go straight into it. It's requiring you to be, like, the same sort of, like, a height to be able to get the most amount of boost to leave the portal. So what you want to do is you want to jump from around here-ish down. And you got the perfect velocity. So Easy clap. Love it. Want it, need it. Why? Then we're going to be using these platforms in order to give ourselves enough height upwards to jump into that little ledge there. Oh, you're kidding me. You're too far away? Oh, okay. That's fine then. I will just do a 2-foot then. As long as you don't move. Okay. Fan-dabby-dozy. Okay. And then when we're from here, like, it feels like we should go constantly up. But what you do need to do now is just go inside of this pipe. And easy peasy. Following the lovely fluids that it may take for us. And that should be polarity. Hopefully it's going to be splitting. Hopefully there's no issues going on. Seems to be some issues with the splitter, so I'm going to manually split for the meantime. But it does make me worried for the final split. Yeah, I'm going to have to look into that. It might be a case that maybe the auto splitter just ceased, even though it's still able to read the in-game time a bit. Not sure what quite is happening. Right, just for a second, I'm going to turn off my camera, so bear with me one moment. I need to look for something. That's what's going on. There it is. Okay. All right. So from here, obviously we had the gravity shifting, but now we've got it permanently through this upgrade. And it gives us a good demonstration of what we need to do and some new buttons for inputting. So the next inputs are U, I, and O. UI rotates it to the left. I rotates it 180 degrees. And O rotates it to the right. And you need to know how to navigate this way. This is a little bit of a bug in the game right now where, like, it's camera positioning doesn't quite know where you are. I'm going to address it to the dev as soon as I can, because obviously it is a little bit of time loss, as you can so imagine, where, like, you know, we're waiting for the camera to rotate and stuff. But outside of that, I will say that it is relatively easy once you know where to go. If you know, like, the kind of the staging stuff like that, then you can polish this bit off easy. But on a first playthrough, it is pretty hard to understand. I will be upfront about that. So we need to go around this way. Then we need to turn it around here, thread through here, then quickly rotate, roll underneath there, hang on the side here, do a little few jumps here and there just to make sure that you know where you're going. Hang to the left, pause. So close. See, there it is again. There's a bit of a bug. Okay, so we want to rotate around 90 degrees. Go through and go down. Unpause quickly to regain time. Good. You can just go down this way. Hang for a second to go get some more time back. Land on this thing here. Rotate. Let go. Rotate onto this. Rotate one more time. And I'm going to dash through. Rotate and rotate. You only get like 2 instances of rotation per like time you've been active on the floor, and then dash across. Like, that's the safe way of doing it, and I'd rather everybody does it in a safe way. I'm sure people can find a really fast strat, but you know, obviously if you want to make sure that you stay alive, that probably is the best way to do it. Okay, camera bug again. Okay, so we can, this is a nice little save point here, like checkpoint. Okay, so I think this is the right way. Yeah, okay. So avoid that. Damn it. Just let go instead of like jumping. That's what the issue is right now. Okay. I risked that heavily there. I should not really have done that, but that's fine. Okay, rotate to the right. And across we go. Rotate to the left. Now, here's where the fun part starts to happen. So, each of the major checkpoints that we get will be by going through this bit. This bit took me the longest to figure out, so if you got stuck here, don't worry, it was not just you. What I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of these little bits over to the right. and try to, again, use these little, like, these little, whatever these are, as our platforms to go. The main reason that is that it takes us to where we need to go perfectly, and you're not limited to the kind of like the only two approach of like, you know, how many times you can rotate per time. Oh, you're kidding me. That was so close. Where do I get respawned? Okay, not the worst. Not the worst. Okay, so from here, this is where it gets a little bit more dicey. So I'm going to do a big flip. And then we're going to go down ever so gently. And then rotate to the left. Down. Rotate to the left. Land on this. Wait for a second. Rotate. Oh, no. So close. So close. Got to do all that again. You can't just go from that point. So, one more time. Go. Oh. Yeah, that's why if you go the wrong way, you can't, like, you know, refactor yourself. You've only got 2 rotations. That's the proof in the pudding there. So, here we go. Okay. Down we go. There it is. Okay. One of the riskiest sections. I mean, obviously, the pry pop was another risky section, but it still, like, shows you what for, basically. Now, this can be a challenge to get up to, so what I'm going to do, I just made sure I can make it easier just by rotating. Around we go. And around we go. Woo! I almost got hit by that spike there. That was close. Gonna rotate it. Then rotate back. Go through this way. 180 degrees. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. Sorry, I've got an itch my nose there. So when you pause, you can pause the in-game time. We will allow it, but only up to about maximum of 5 minutes of you pausing it only. Just as a heads up. That's going to be the rules I'm going to be making for the boards, basically. So, like, if you needed to, like, take a quick break, you know, go to the toilet, we will allow it, but it can't exceed more than 5 minutes, like, as an overall. Okay, so I should be able to do that. Oh, God, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, my God, I got so close. Oh, my God, sorry. Really sorry for my itchy nose today. Not sure what... Oh... Man, that's so close. Okay. So where do we... Oh, okay, cool. Not bad. I thought we would have been all the way back there, but honestly, that's not the worst, so we'll take it. Now, this bit here can be a bit of a struggle point. I won't lie. Wait for all of these to spawn. Then you want to push this over to the right. Let these come through a little bit more. Rotate to the left. Let them fall down. And there's some, like, there's some more, like, beams going on down here as well. So, oh my God. See, this is why it's a little bit risky. There probably is another way of doing it, but I'm not the most informed for this bit. Like, again, I had to figure out a lot of this by myself, so here we go. Try one more time. Let them all come down. Then rotate 180 degrees. That looks alright, actually. Okay, not bad. Move this here. Move this here. Okay. Now, this one can be a pain. So, let's see what I can do with it. I can just move it around. I did not really want to do that, but you know what? It worked out just fine. It's fine. Okay. Okay, we're golden. So, what I'm going to do here is fall down. Press O. To rotate to the right 90 degrees. Left. Right. 180 degrees. Right. Right. Jump up. Left. Aim a little bit more to the left and just thread it through. Like, riskier strats, but again, that works out absolutely wonderfully. Now, I'm going to 180 degrees it here. Then a straight 180 degrees so we can get onto the opposite side of this. Then we can navigate through this here. That's another checkpoint. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this one's going to be tough. Just as a heads up. I should have waited. Oh, I should have done it earlier for the rotation. Okay, there goes the camera bug. And then we can make our way through. Press O. Left. Right. Once again. Very good. Then I'm gonna try to change the position of this one. Almost. Oh, come on. Oh, damn, that's such a pain. Okay. So yeah, this one can be a bit of a nightmare, honestly. Oh god, where am I? Woof. That was weird. Very nice. There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. To the left. So you can see that you want to kind of stagger it so that like it covers each of the lasers. And the bottom one obviously being a completely different direction. Oh, God. Oh, that was close. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about the beam. But you do have to worry about like how fast it is going so that you can head through just without any form of damage. Now you want to get sucked into this little tube. There we go. All right. From here, let's have a look. Say, yeah. So 180 degrees. It. Start heading upwards and over. You don't want to rotate just yet, but very soon you do. So you want to jump across. Not yet. Okay, so I can actually just do 180 from here. That would work out just fine. Rotate to the left. Jump up to this, 180 degrees it, one more time. And I'll say 180 degrees it again. To get to this. Okay, now this bit sucks, just as a heads up, this bit sucks. So here we go. You need to rotate, start moving, pause it whilst you're moving, and then unpause it at a certain point that you can actually get through this span here. So... like that. It sucks, especially if you don't make it. And that was like literally the end of it as well. That was literally the end. Oh my god, okay. Come on. We got it this time. I almost had it. There we go. That's how you do it. So, it looks difficult, but you can practice it and you can get good, but that's... there we go, there we go, that's it. Okay, so, I'm probably going to have to split again here because, yep. For some reason, my end split, my split's not working from, I think it was a point of magnetic. I will look into that soon. Alrighty then. At least I think the in-game time has been pausing. Yeah, it has, okay, phew. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on, honestly, so... but right, here we go. This is the final level. This is the final level. This is called Monumental, and this is where everything starts to kind of like all start to make sense, or like, you know, the reveals and stuff like that as well. Trust me, don't do that. Just don't do that. It is very, very cool, man. I love the way that this game concludes. It opens up a lot more, and I would be very interested to see if more develops from this game and potential franchise. So you never know. But again, incredible game. Incredible. Right, so I've got to try to remember where we start from, which I think we've got to go down this way. And we head left a bit. Yep, okay, I remember now. Because I remember struggling a little bit to start off with here, but it's no problem now. So we're going to move this around. Then we're going to rotate. You know what? Worked better than I imagined. So, rotate it one more time so we can hang tight here. Start making our way. We're going to rotate to the right so we can get on top of there. Quick 1080 here. Quick 1080 there. Then pausing as you're going through because that could kill you. You don't want to die at all. Rotate quickly to the right. Rotate quickly to the left. Now, this is where it gets very tricky. Make sure you land on these platforms. That is the most important part. Otherwise, that happens. Those little platforms avoid the explosions from happening. So you want to be very, very cautious. Make sure you go to the right because it's very easy to get, you know, go the wrong direction. You want to rotate left. Good. Fall down over to the right. Don't jump. Just fall. Rotate to the right. Big jump. Quick saving. Rotate to the left. Rotate wrong way. Damn it. It was two left rotations. I was so close there. Okay. All right, let's try that one more time. This should be better now because I practiced this quite a few times. I do know how to do this. It's just sometimes I get confused with the directional sense of like which way you're rotating the stage, if you know what I mean. And that's, it just happens a lot. Like I don't know. I've always been bad at directions. All right, here we go. Good. Down we go. This is why I said don't jump there. I'm proving like all the different points of like, you know, running it. Like, you know, what not to do so that you can get yourself ready for actually running it, basically. Okay. And rotate. Jump down. Just walk off. Rotate to the right. Rotate left. Why not? Rotate right. Rotate left. Rotate left. Good. Jump down over here. Rotate right. Rotate left. And rotate left to right to safety. There you go. Now, I don't think we're near the checkpoint just yet, so you do need to be careful. Okay, I just managed to survive for itself there. Rotate right. Get over this. Rotate right again. Rotate left. And down we go. Now, that is actually a little bit faster for the after section there because the other time I would go the opposite direction. Oh my god, that was close. Okay. I hope this is the right direction. I'm not entirely certain, but I think it is. So let's see what we can do with it. Okay. Good. Yeah, I'm not used to this, so I'm getting a bit confused with my directing senses. Okay. You know what? I think we're alright. I think we are okay. I said that too soon. Why do I speak? Why do I speak? God's sake, every time. Okay, so again, just to avoid the fall damage, you can just do that. The quick rotations in the end. That will basically completely halt your speed, if that makes sense. So it's a very nice feature, to say the least. So down we go. Okay, this bit also sucks. So there is a checkpoint here, but this bit sucks. So watch closely. Pause the timing. Thread your way through. Don't hit the reds like I hit both times there. You want to hit the green ones to like navigate your way downwards. Because we are getting very close to the end, by the way. Oh my god. Okay. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, okay. Very nice big skip there. Wait for our time to respawn. Oh, I could have just saved it. All right, that's fine. It's fine. One more time. Okay, fall down. Good. 2. Okay, let go of your chrono lag. Just so that you can spawn a little bit more time. And make sure just before... you know what? I'm an idiot. I could have... Oh, I could have saved it towards the end. Okay. Alright, good. Well, I know how to make it easier towards the end. That's good. So I'm just going to quickly unpause. It's kind of like Frogger in a sense. I just realized. Okay. There we go. That's how you can save it towards the end. That works out perfectly fine. Alright, cool. So from here, I'm going to jump over to this... No, I'm not. What do I want to do here? Let's have a think. So I remember struggling in this little bit here for some reason. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump down and just hit this section here. Yes, because you just want to fall down this little gap. And I think This is kind of close to where we want to be, actually. Okay, 180 degrees it. Mind out these things. They can kill you. Just surviving that. Wow. I don't know how I did that. Okay. 180 degrees it to go to this point. Go to this. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this bit here is a little bit of a pain, but not too much. So you want to rotate to the left and not do that direction. You want to rotate to the right. To the right. See what I mean? Sorry, throat's a bit dry. I do get a little bit confused about which direction I need to go, but once you figure it out, then you got it. All right, we're taking a drink of water in a second. Okay. Now, this bit here is challenging. And I'll tell you why. Hang on this side here. Wait for it. Wait for it to unpause. And then rotate to the left as quickly as you can once you made your way through and you see a solid surface. If you don't do it in time, then you'll just get increase the full speed and then you'll die. So you want to be very, very careful at that point. I used to struggle on that the most. And I managed to get a first try, so you know what? Practice does make perfect, but... whew, nightmarish, that bits. Okay, so I want to rotate to the right. Oh, okay. I don't. There we go. Down we pop. And spawns another person, like, spawns a robot there. Or, like, it's kind of like a... you know, we kind of, like, separated a little bit. Because right now, we don't actually have our rotation stuff anymore. We've become our human selves again, basically. So it's interesting that, like, you know, that separation has started to occur, and, like, you know, either we're returning back to a normal person or not. I'd like to say I still don't quite understand this section of the story, but it is intriguing nonetheless that it is, like, you know, we kind of begin to this point where, like, we return to ourselves, but we don't have any other, like, features or anything like that. We still got the dashing and stuff, but then we see all these eggs being slowly transported, kind of like for collecting, either for destruction or for submitting. And you got this laser here, but this laser, like, treats us like, you know, it doesn't actually, you know, it doesn't actually affect us, or it doesn't, like, you know, bleep that we're not of that type of beast or whatever it is, and, you know, we just pass through fine. But this is where it gets risky. It's like they set up traps for us. Whoa, my god, wow, okay, that's new. They set up traps for us because they kind of realized that we as a human might be making our way through here. So as you can so tell, they're trying to send, like, ice bombs at our way, and we got to try to get through. So he's got to be very careful, very, very quick. Down we go. Okay, so we don't get a checkpoint there. We still got to do it. The checkpoint happens just a little bit after that, so you make sure that you don't dive through the section here. It's tensive. The music's upbeat. Sounds like the BBC news gone wrong. I'm sure some people get what I mean, but I just realized that's a weird thing to say, but it's fine. Oh, come on. I forgot that they explode those as well. Okay. All right, come on. See, if there's a way that we can skip the section, that would be lovely. Because, again, this could be an easy run ender as well. So we need to find things that will be more consistent for us. Oh my god. Because the RNG of the actual ice bombs are just, you know, they've shown a point. They proved the point. Okay, good. That's fine. Very nice speed. Very nice speed. Okay, that should be good. All right, checkpoint is just here. Lovely. Now, just go fast. But don't aim too much to the right when you go into this one. Ooh, that's a shame. Okay. I've waited again. We got the checkpoint. That's fine. Ow. Okay. Don't mind me. just failing over here. Okay. That's what you want to do. You want to go just a little bit faster. Jump up and across. That one is still following us, but we got away scot-free. Let's go. Okay, so danger and crisis averted. Now we go into this really, really gorgeous like landscape of you know, of the, you know, I just realized I haven't turned my camera on the whole time. Whoopsie daisy. I genuinely thought I had my camera on. No, that's fine. Whatever. Project Blue Book, Project Moondust, Project Oarfish, and now this Project Bionic Bay. So this person here designed basically all of this, I guess. Go ahead, is right behind. Of course it is. Again, if this person is responsible for everything that happened here, it would be a very interesting circumstance, if you know what I mean. But again, it's kind of very open-ended in my eyes because, you know, there's still so much to explore this area. By the way, time will be coming up very soon. I'm going to keep an eye on my last split. But as soon as you touch that bit there, that is where, like, you know, you have no control of input. However, the time isn't going to stop there. The in-game time itself pauses at the point of when we see this next thing on the screen. And then when the credits happen, the whole time will be split upon that point. So it's kind of like a little bit of the real time continues a little bit, and then everything splits. So again, I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it means I need to manually split, I'll manually split, but that's no problem. But the in-game time should itself pause, which we will be using as the, you know, the leaderboards and everything like that. So we can see something is moving just above us, just where my timer is. And we're coming up to explore it, like trying to see what is going on. The letterbox thing happens. And then it's like a big beast, like a big dog of some kind. And there we go, final split. So at least like that split itself works. So that's good. But either way, that is the speedrun. And that's what I was talking about, the fact that it's very open-ended as well, because after we've traversed all the way through, got loads of different, like, you know, things that, like, allowed us to be able to explore, like, all the different threats, all the different kind of mechanics, the wells with gravitational pull and everything like that. Then there's Big Doggy. Then there's very, very Big Doggy. So, like I say, I don't know personally what that ending is trying to resolve to. I don't know if it's trying to be like the setup to like another game or something like that, but it does leave it very open-ended, and I like it. Plus Doggy cute at the same time, so yeah. But either way, that is the speedrun for Bionic Bay. Now, obviously, there were a lot of deaths. There were a lot of mistakes. This is the very first speedrun of the full game that, I mean, out of my side of thing anyway, like, I don't know if it's going to be anybody else who may have a copy who are speedrunning, but for the most part, this will be like the first, like, at least, like, you know, speedrun that will be about on the internet and that we can kind of get a base from. I am looking forward to start to take this as like more of a fuller speedrun. Maybe actually do more of this actively. I could definitely get this to a sub, like, 4-hour RTA. I can definitely get this sub 3-hour IGT. I genuinely think with all the mistakes that I was making, I could probably get around an IGT of 2 hours 30. It's a bit of a stretch, but it's a goal that I would like to work towards. So again, if you are wanting to see me future speedrun this on my Twitch channel, you can go to www.twitch.tv/Nikoheart. You can find this run also on my YouTube, which is at www.youtube.com/@Nikoheart with a capital N. And yeah, come follow me in the socials. I'll be around, and then more speedruns, more cool showcases. But make sure you buy Bionic Bay. By the time you're watching this video on the Steam store page, it will be out now. Buy it. It's such a cool platformer. You've just been watching it. Buy it. Go speedrun it. Go have some fun. And I'll catch you lots on another speedrun in another video. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching, and I will see you very, very soon. Take it easy.